is also ongoing in progress across the continents. It's what we call Africa Digital Compact. Africa Digital Compact is a platform which will be included, which will be embedded in the global digital compact, which will be approved during the UN summit next at the end of this year. So the second thing that I will invite you is to work together so that this African digital compact includes labor rights, because, as I said, without taking into consideration the risk that the digital transformation can occur, we can't be successful. And the last initiative, which is also very important, is the Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition. So this one also, it is very, very important initiative at the UN level, and I invite you young people, to work with your country to be first pathfinder, or if the country is already pathfinder, to work with them so that it's become a reality. Because this initiative on Global Accelerator wants or aims to create 400 million jobs for young people, and to provide social protection for more than 4 billion people. So it is an important initiative. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to an end for this first plenary thematic discussion on the potential of the digital economy. Thank you, panelists, for the rich and insightful discussions. I think this really set the scene for the discussions that you will be having in your parallel sessions that deep dive into particular niche areas that we've discussed today. So thank you very much, panelists, for this discussion. Thank you, audience, and I hope you, managed to get some of the insights and the programs and the strategies that our partners shared with us, and you'll have the moment to discuss this further over the next 2 days. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to our panelists here. And with that, I will hand the floor back to our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Isha. Another big round of applause for the panelists and Isha as well as she walks down the stage. Yes, thank you. You could please take back your seats. Thank you very much. That was a very insightful session, and the conversation spun around issues to do with skills. And I think I would just highlight a few elements that they concluded the conversation with, which I thought it sparked a reminder of a certain situation that happened to me. Ambassador and Kofi mentioned a lot about the skills element, and also an element of meaningful participation of youth into our programming and all this. So a few weeks ago, we were in a platform where we were talking about, okay, youth employment, of course, how do we meaningfully engage the youth? And in the forum, we were talking about issues to do with what young people in Rwanda are facing with regards to the labor market, looking at the skills gap and all that. And now we looked at ourselves and like, okay, we are here brainstorming about the issues youth are facing. Let's try to analyze how many youth are in the room. So we kind of conducted that exercise. And we found that in an element where people feel like meaningful engagement of the youth is inviting maybe some of the youth to be involved in a conversation, in a plenary like this. And we kind of had a conversation around, we're talking about the youth, who are the owners of the problem. And you know what they say? The owners of the problem are usually the experts of these problems. They understand the problems better, and they're well positioned to provide some meaningful and maybe sustainable solutions to it. So thank you very much for raising and insisting that element of meaningful engagement. And that means, how do we engage the youth all the way from the design process? It's not about participation in the room anymore. The meaningfulness, how much do they contribute to the design of our intervention? So thank you for raising that up, and it's a reflection point as we are going through the 2 days to reflect how best do we engage them into youth into the design, and do we support them to actually be capable of meaningfully contributing at that level. All right, we have come to the end of a very amazing panel, and I'm sure because everybody has their agenda, I'm seeing excited faces. We all know what the next item of the agenda is. Is everybody excited as I am? It's coffee time, people. It's coffee time. Let's not be so sad about coffee time. So we're going to take about, let's take 20 minutes coffee break. The coffee is going to be served outside. When you just step outside the room, the ushers and our team will show you where the coffee session is. Feel free to kind of take pictures. There's a session, there's a segment where you can take pictures, tweet as much as possible as you can, and in the next 20 minutes, feel free to come back in with your coffee, and then we proceed with the next item of the agenda. Is that a cool idea? Is that a cool idea? Okay, and your 20 minutes starts now. Feel free. They're even cakes, so don't miss out. I'll see you there. right, all right. I bet we can proceed with our next item on the agenda as we wait for others to grab their coffee, grab their tea, grab any drink, and you're welcome to come back in with it. I want us to do a simple, very simple exercise. You know, in my high school, I did biology, and one thing about biology, they told me about biology, is there's a theory in terms of, there's a correlation between musical rhythm and relaxation. I was told that. And I know we've had a lot, heavy morning, very much packed, and I want us to try this exercise, which will get us into one rhythm. Don't worry, you don't have to sing. Even me, like, it's not any of my talents to sing, but we're going to do a simple exercise. So I'll request us to free our laps. Now that we don't have tables, let's free our laps. Okay, what I mean is, if you have a tablet, if you have a phone, just put it aside. We're going to do a very simple exercise, but we need our laps to do this exercise. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, the exercise is about numbers and the rhythm, okay? So we're going to, on our laps, count to 7, but at a very, like, synchronized manner. You say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then the second round, on our laps, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and again, you repeat it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then the third round, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we want to try that? Okay, let's try. I think you can count with me because my vocals are only good for speaking. All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that was a pilot, but we were told no more pilots. Now we are going to scale up. We are going to scale up this exercise. No more pilots. We were told, enough of pilots. Now scale up. Now, are we ready to scale up this exercise? All right, in 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, okay, give yourself a big round of applause. Actually, the scale up actually worked. It worked. Well done. So I hope we feel a little bit more refreshed. Now we're going to the next item on the agenda. And we heard in the previous panel a little bit about youth employment in the digital economy. This is the time we are going to hear a little bit about youth employment in the green economy. And to take us through this fantastic panel, I would like to invite Youth Employment Officer at Decent Jobs for Youth Secretariat at ILO, Ms. Carlota. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Carlota.
Thank you very much. And I'm Carlotta, and I'm very happy to have you all here, and welcome to this second high-level dialogue, Seeding Success, Youth Employment in the Green Economy. And the green economy, we can say, holds significant promise for expanding employment opportunities, fostering the growth of new industries, and developing value chains that balance ecological integrity with economic development. However, the road to greening is complex and challenging. Transitioning to sustainability and achieving net zero emission presents significant hurdles, particularly when the shift does not yield new opportunities in the same regions where jobs are lost, or where investment in clean technologies are relocated. And this is why just transition to a green economy for all requires innovative approaches and policy options that generate both environmental and social benefits. in a pursuit of a just transition that boosts decent jobs for youth in a sustainable economy. For instance, the ILO and UNICEF are collaborating with young people, government, social empowerment, employers and worker organizations, education institutions, and the private sectors to design and implement the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. Today, we are privileged to have an expert panel with us to delve deeper into these issues and explore potential solutions and innovative actions toward advancing a youth employment agenda that fosters opportunity in the green economy. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce and welcome to the stage our distinguished panelists. So please get ahead. Thank you so much. And we have Mr. Daniel Adugna, Acting Head Youth Division at the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate of the African Union Commission. Mrs. Rabia Anwer, member of the Green Jobs for Youth Pact Youth Advisory Group from Pakistan, and she also works in the Employers Federation of Pakistan. Mrs. Zamzam Ibrahim, member of the Green Jobs for Youth Pact Youth Advisory Group and representatives of Students Organizing for Sustainability United Kingdom. Mr. Sang-Yeon Lee, Director of the Employment, Job Creations and Livelihood Department at the International Labour Organization, and Mr. Shadrach Mangwadime, Principal Secretary, State Department for Labour and Skill Development of Kenya. So to kickstart our conversation, Zamzam, I'd like to start with you. The Green Jobs for Youth Pact was established with the ambition of creating 1 million new jobs for youth across the globe. How can we get there, and what barriers we need to lift, and what investment we have to foster in order to reach our goal?
Thank you so much. I guess the way I like to start by answering this question is to do a little bit of framing and understanding that so the Pact's goal is to the creation of 1 million green jobs. Sounds ambitious and exciting, but actually in the context of where we find ourselves in, actually, understanding that actually there are 1.2 billion young people between the ages of 15 to 24. And so 1.2 billion to 1 million isn't really as significant as we make it. So I think it's really important to understand the context of actually how much work needs to be done in really plugging the gap. But also I think there's an understanding of specifically for why the focus of what we do of SOS International, understanding that we don't want to recreate or replicate systems of oppression or inequalities that have existed through the labour force, right? So we want to ensure that like the work that we do is rooted in climate justice and is intersectional in all of its approach. So this means not regurgitating or replicating the same things that exist. And of course, that's going to require us to really think about how we approach the creation of green jobs in a very co-creative and interdisciplinary way. So I think I'm gonna kind of give it in a sense of understanding it from different perspectives. So education reform is incredibly important. Understanding that actually when we all go to university, in 2 years, 50% of the skill set that you gain are probably redundant. And a lot of the jobs that you will study for today essentially will cease to exist in 10 to 15 years' time. So understanding actually that our education systems need to be reformed and understanding and valuing the importance of like transferable skills, right? Which really links back into the most important part of lifelong learning and consistent skill building. And with that, of course, comes the restrictions of why are we not able to do this, right? So like there's a lack of investment. That's one thing that we often hear. And often one of the things that we talk about is allowing access for young people to be able to have access to the green skills, right? Have access to the upskilling and the training of. But often one thing that we forget is that free doesn't necessarily mean accessible, right? So actually there are barriers depending on where these communities or pockets of young people are, specifically understanding that now we find ourselves in the continent in Africa where actually most of the young people are find themselves in. A lot of them, the problem isn't necessarily just being free, right? If I am a young person and my sole purpose purpose. And I want to be able to get skilled and be able to work in the green industry sector. But actually, I'm the individual that provides for my family.
Money is always like this, isn't
Absolutely,
it?
100%. And this is the thing, we have to be able to be willing to put the money and the investment in. And the reality is, these are investments that we know are going to come back to us 10 times fold, right? And so I'm going to kind of leave it there before the mic completely gives up on me, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zamzam. Great intervention, and totally agree how young people and youth need investment. We need transferable skills, lifelong learning, and to not reproduce the systems that it is, particularly in this new green economy and in green jobs. Now, Rabia, please. What have we learned about the role of the private sector in greening jobs with and for young people? Could you please share some employer-led practices that are equipping youth with skills for green jobs and securing a pathway to employment?
Hello. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, and I'm happy to be here. And just like Zamzam mentioned, that skills development and educational reform is very important, and especially employer-led skills development is really important and central to the private sector role. Now, because as we transition to green economy, green jobs are being created, but it faces an unfortunate reality because there are skills shortages, and especially it disproportionately affects young people, especially women. So we need intervention from employers in this particular area, and there are many good practices that I can share, but I will try to encompass that in 3 areas, probably. Investments. Policy advocacy and building strategic partnerships, and apprenticeship and on-the-job. When I talk about investments, I see examples where organizations are partnering up with vocational institutions. We need to strengthen these TVET institutions so that they can really create and develop and execute and deliver these skills development programs. For example, we see investments in infrastructure upgradation of these vocational institutions, curriculum development, certification programs, and of course, we are also training the trainers to develop these green skills. So this does not only ensure that a skilled workforce is out there, but also builds their capacity to initiate programs in the green skills. When we talk about apprenticeship and on-the-job, just like Zamzam mentioned, it's very central to employers because they're the ones who are creating green jobs. So they need to make sure that the people are there ready with the necessary skills. And they do this by providing apprenticeship program. For example, if you talk about my country, in Pakistan, there's this company, 4G Fertilizer. We are a cotton-based growing agriculture economy, so it's very important that we go down and trickle down to the supply chain, going back to the communities, the cotton-growing communities, and trying to instill them and make them understand what organic farming is, what is water conservation, what are the types of renewable energies, and also provide them the access to these technologies, to these sustainable practices, so that the real impact starts from there, and they are not being targeted, especially where, in communities where they don't have access to these technologies and finances. The third that I mentioned is building strategic partnerships and cooperation. Just like we are representing the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, where we are representing employers, government, people working, young people working for growth-led initiatives. So this kind of partnership is really important because we are able to synergize our technical expertise and experiences in driving meaningful change, like we heard in the last panel. So building strong coalition and partnerships, especially with youth-led initiatives, is very important. I'll just add one more, and that is entrepreneurship. So in developing countries, you see mostly young people are introducing sustainable practices, green youth-led initiatives, and they're usually in the informal sector. They don't have access to proper entrepreneurship training. They don't have access to finance. So that is where the impact, we can really create an impact by mobilizing them, by trying to reach out to them and help them. They need financial help. And it's not only the responsibility of employers, but government comes in. That's where youth-led organization, that's where social partners come in. So I'll just end that by saying that we need investments, we need apprenticeship and on-the-job training programs, and we need to ensure that they are accessible to people, especially people in the marginalized groups and communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Couldn't say it better. And if I can maybe follow up quickly, you mentioned at the beginning gender. So I was wondering, how can we ensure this cast for green jobs for youth is gender responsive and does entices young women to seek or create green jobs across industries?
Right, so there are two ways: targeted approach and then sensitizing and awareness. By targeted approach, I meant by that is that as we transition into green economy, we're actually facing an unfortunate reality because we have skills shortages, right? And women specifically, they are disproportionately impacted by these circumstances. So it's important that we have targeted approach, targeted financing, targeted a mentorship program, targeted financing. It's really important that we reach out to them and develop policies that affects them. And the other is that we're trying, it's a bit difficult because we're coming from an employer's role, but we're trying to reach down to those families. They are also an important stakeholder. So for example, in developing countries, the issue is not only with the partners, but the communities and the families as well. It's important that we reach out to them and create awareness to let their women go out and work and try to create these opportunities and access these opportunities. So targeted approach, targeted financing, targeted skills development, targeted policy reforms is very important, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabia. And I think we can now move towards Sangya. We are very happy to have you here with us. And considering also the ILO mandate, ILO agenda around just transitions and how they are increasingly regarded as a key lever to foster structural transformation, how can governments make measurable inroads to adopt and implement gender-responsive, integrated employment policy frameworks that open opportunities for young people in the green economy?
Thank you so much, Carlota. I'm a bit of in a trouble at the moment because the previous session was very inspiring. So there is a key question which came out of the session was the meaningful engagement or meaningful participation. Then I'm responding to your question, it's very important. I wonder, what do we mean by meaningful in all these questions? Perhaps we may not want to see, the young people are invited to a certain conversation and they listen to, and that's it. That's not what we mean by meaningful. Meaningful means having conversation, have an impact on the policy decisions, and also carry through the implementation. That's what we mean by meaningful, in my guess. So from that perspective, I think I'm trying to see what are the areas, these actually areas for meaningful engagement on these issues. If you look at the history of the structural transformation, it's very obvious. There are so many different experiences, but one thing very common so far is that the government should be proactive. Otherwise, forget about structural transformation. It never happened. But the second news is that the structural transformation is more complex than before. The current wave of structural transformation, as you know very well, does not necessarily lead to more and better jobs. So that's where we are. So which means unless governments make extra effort in making sure structural transformation, the job friendly, then we are not going to get what we want. So that's the area we need to push out. So, but at the center, here's the dilemma. We all talk about skills, right? And so we all talk about the huge investment in infrastructure investment. And you see the lots of, every day you see the big announcement about the infrastructure investment relating to green. But you continue to hear at the same time skill shortage and skill shortage and skill shortage, skill shortage. But you are talking about $1 billion investment, tens of millions of dollars investment in the green-related structure. Then how come we have not found a way of the mobilizing a tiny bit of such investment for training and skill development? That's the dilemma we're in. We keep talking about skills, but just right now, to be exaggerated a little bit, this is nobody's business. That's why we continue to see the gap between the rhetorics and at the same time, reality of the skill development. I think that's an important area. I think the youth organization, youth groups should be engaged more with the government. And in doing so, here's my recommendation. You have to be more proactive, in a sense, in engaging the government. Just not actually look at what the government has announced. You have to see what exactly the job implication of the government announced investment on jobs, especially for young people. You have to check. So that's a homework to do. The second, you have to be very careful. These announcements are accompanied by proper funding. So in many cases, skill allowance doesn't have any particular elements of the financing, the investment. Third one I want to say is that we talk a lot about the employment, but as you know very well, I mean, when it comes to youth employment, just focusing on unemployment, employment may not be sufficient. We have to look at all those people not in education, not in training, as well as those people not in employment. So which means it's not, you need the whole government support all this process. You need the Minister of Education, you need the Minister of Labor, you need the Minister of Technology, for example, and industry, and as I said, you need the Minister of Finance as well. So it is perhaps our job to push the governments to take integrated approaches. All government departments get together to see what is the best way of delivering all the complex sets of the employment. That's important. The second issue I just mentioned is the more job does not necessarily mean better job. We know that, and the experience is also very clear. So we have to make sure how can you make investment in the labor market institution. Many of you mentioned the training institution, for example, and how to engage the private sector in that process is very important. We talk a little bit about how to modernize the public employment services, job services, especially using digital technology. And last thing I want to mention, this is also relating to the important point about how to facilitate the formalization. If we actually get together, I think we can create a positive incentive for the enterprise and for workers to work together to the formalization. One last thing I want to mention is the voice and rights. It's the same thing. There is still some perception that if we improve the job quality, especially ensuring labor rights and voices, they may have a negative impact on the economy and jobs and etc. But we know that's not really the truth. So we have strong evidence showing, all this effort focusing on those areas does not necessarily lead to negative job outcome. So if we know this, we can be more vocal about that issue. So we can more explicitly bring those issues or the government into discussion. So I think probably I really have a more chance to specify what specific action we may need in order to have the meaningful engagement and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sang-yeon. Great point. And I think we can all agree that we need to be more meaningful in how we come together and how we approach green jobs in general, and green jobs for youth employment, and how we need to have an impact and not just stay in the rhetoric, which also link pretty well with what Zamzam was saying at the beginning on how...
But with climate change, an entire livelihood being wiped out, even jobs that exist are being eliminated. So the quest here is that, and mostly around the green transition, the digital transformation, is around policy. A lot of policy work needs to be done. Our governments need to be very forward-looking and futuristic-oriented. In the African context, unfortunately, a lot of the policymakers are twice the age of the median population of most of our countries. So if our median population is around 18, 19 on the African continent, your average politician is around 54, 55. And your question is then, what kind of policies would they come out that are forward-looking and future-looking? So that means maybe there's even the context and understanding.
People of the youth are found in Africa. And they are the ones who are most adversely affected when we talk of matters unemployment. Now, given a Kenyan, my government was elected on the platform of trying to do its level best to improve, you know, the standard of living of those who are at the bottom of the economic pyramid. We call it the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And therefore, even as in accordance with Mr. Lee, we will be held accountable after our 4 years. And being at policy level, I don't want to stand amongst the youth, you know, with false promises, broken promises, you know. Eventually, when I stand before them, I want to give them assurance that that which we were elected for has been achieved. Now, this is the situation that in Kenya. And this is more or less with reference to what Daniel has said. We produce about 1 million graduates from primary to secondary up to tertiary level. Our economy, as of now, is only able to absorb 200,000, both in the public and the private sector, which means a big percentage then will go into the informal sector to establish their own enterprises, or some will fall through the cracks, you know, and find themselves unemployed for a pretty long period of time. So I agree with Daniel in terms of the agenda that the African Union have. We have to produce in accordance with the demand that is there in the market, not necessarily the supply. So to address that particular issue, Kenya has come up with the National Skills Development Policy. The whole object of the policy is to look at where there is a mismatch. How come employers are telling us that our graduates are not employable? You know, where is the disconnect? Because it needs to be addressed as comprehensively as possible. And indeed, early this year, we embarked on a national skills inventory, so that we can be appraised concerning the skills that are available within the country, you know, the skills that are not required, and therefore, in accordance with Daniel, we close those universities because they're wasting our young people's time. Why undertake a course that at the end of the day, you will not be employed to practice the skills that you have acquired? And therefore, the National Skills Inventory, the object is basically to address that mismatch so that we can go back to the curriculum with our national universities, even our primary schools and secondary schools. Start from that low level so that one is nurtured towards a job that is employable in the market. That is number one. Number two, we have come up with a strategy on green jobs, the National Green Jobs Strategy. That is the responsibility that we have taken up as a Ministry of Labor. Because as Mr. Lee, as you well explained, there are billions of shillings that are being pumped into the green sector as it is now, you know? So how can we be able as a country also to harvest, you know, that money for the good of our people in terms of the investments, the companies that will be, you know, established in our country? You know, I was saying the future is in Africa because the resource base is extremely high in Africa. There is no question about it. We are coming in to develop our economies and to industrialize them a little bit late, because the Western European countries obviously used cheap fossil fuel, but we cannot afford, you know, to do the same owing to the climate change matters. And therefore, what is the alternative that we can exploit for the good of our young people? And that is the reason why we've come up with this deliberate strategy, so that then our young people can, you know, capitalize on the opportunity available and exploit it for their good. And then the third policy paper that we've come up with is a policy paper on sector skills committee. So we have the national guidelines for sector skills committee. We are talking of all the sectors, be it agriculture, be it transport, whichever that obtains, but more so the green sector, because that is where emphasis needs to be, placed. And therefore, we have a committee of experts on matters green that are sitting and doing an analysis of that which obtains, the world over, and also that which can obtain within the country for the good of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Secretary. You give us many information about where you are with your mandate in the government, so we'll look forward to see you pushing forward these agendas. And now moving on to the next segment of this panel, I'd like to ask you a question, and then I will just do the round, and please answer more or less 2 minutes each. The question would be, how can the experiences and insights of young people be incorporated into the development of green economy policies and practices? Sang-Björn, if you want to start.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm taking the lens of the meaningful engagement in response to your question. I think this group, the Decent Job for Youth, has been successfully raised the issue of the engagement itself. I mean, that's why, at least in this room and beyond, there is a great acceptance of the idea of the inviting young people in the policy discussion. I think this is a good achievement. And how then actually make another first step from this invitation to engagements to the meaningful engagement, I have 3 specific suggestions. Because IRA tripartite organization, we always love number 3, so here's 3 things. The first one is, I think we need to be more specific. It's not actually a broad statement that may not be helpful. So we have to be very specific policy agenda, policy suggestions. I know the Decent Jobs for Youth actually created the knowledge facilities in collaboration with the Generation Unlimited. This is a really important platform. Actively engaging yourself to see what are the good examples of policies, what policy actions will be needed, what specific programs can be implemented. So I think specific is important. Number 2 is, what do we expect from young people? Innovative and new. So you need to be innovative and new, some idea which cannot come from typical older generation like us. So I mean, that is what is really the youth group can play critical role. Then you will be listened to. Number 3, I'm saying something very obvious here. Number 3 is that you have to mobilize. Unfortunately, even in the current politics, unless you mobilize, you won't be heard. So 3 things: specific, innovative, and mobilize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Principal Secretary, if you want to answer the same question, concisely, please.
I think we are in agreement, all of us, that the youth have to be at the center of things. There's no question about it in terms of policy formulation, because they are actually doing this for their own good. The future is theirs. And therefore, the youth have to be, at this central. They have to be central in terms of the policies that we are going to establish going forward. But let me say, it is also critical for us to document and scale up good practices. It's not just a question of talk, and talk, Can we make reference to where there are good practices that we can emulate, and therefore we don't have to reinvent the wheel? Where are their successes? Where are models that we can look up to and say, yes, this has worked, and therefore we can be able to implement it in our country? Thank you.
Thank you. Zamzam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. There is one thing that I want to come back to, if it's okay.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
We were talking about education systems, and as former president of the National Union of Students and also vice president of the European Students' Union, I've worked in higher education for years, and my agreement with Daniel and yourself, sir, but also disagreement in the sense of like sometimes we look at education systems as a linear output. Like we look at it, if we look at our education system as a conveyor belt, we go to primary school, then there's like the high school, and then there's the university. It's a very linear structure in which we understand it, and we think actually at the end of that conveyor belt, if there's no output, then we get rid of it. But actually, we need to understand that our education systems itself, or education, was set up to create future leaders, create critical thinkers, right? And it's no longer serving that. So I don't think specifically understanding it from like a no degree is useless. Like I'm an accounting and finance graduate, but I work in policy, right? Never a day worked in accounting and finance, but I don't think my degree in accounting and finance was useless, right? Even though I don't work in the sector. It's actually just understanding that like there is a level of transferable skills and critical thinking that is missed out from our education system that allows us, because if we think about it from like a demand perspective, we fail to recognize that like actually what happens tomorrow when that demand changes, right? But if you create young people that understand the ability to be malleable, to be able to be agile, to be able to understand how to continuously reskill and upskill themselves because you've implemented that into the curricula and how they learn, then they understand that actually maybe I need to be able to do X, Y, Z to be able to gain here. And one thing I want to say to you is how many of you graduated from university and got a job but actually knew what the hell you were doing in your job, right? You spent a couple of weeks learning anyways how to do the job. So it's understanding like actually the skills in itself, I think it's a change in mentality and the way we're understanding how the sector really, the public sector and the private sector really work together and how we really marry those two different forms of conversations. And to come back to your question, sorry, I just had to really say that or else it would bug me. But to come back to your question on it's very simple, right? Like we consistently talk about what does it take to engage young people into these spaces? What does it take? The young people, I've worked in the policy space for years and I predominantly work with young people. And the young people I work with are the most articulate, the most intelligent, the most radical thinkers that I've ever worked with, right? And after when it comes to essentially developing our policies or understanding in terms of governance structures that are going to implement or affect us, we're the best people to lead that conversation. And often it's done either in a tokenistic way or like we'll have a conversation and we'll see how it goes. But actually the reality is, yeah, if you give young people the role to be able to take that, the implementation, the complete process, then you'll actually see getting things done. And that's why I said put up or shut up, right? I'm sick of having the same conversations again and again and again, because I know when I work with youth organization, youth spaces, we get things done, right? We have a set goal, we have a set agenda, we want to be able to lobby X, Y, Z, and we get it done. And if we know this person is here for the waffle, they don't really want to walk the talk, then we move on to the next part of the space, because we recognize and understand the not only just importance of how the work that needs to happen, but also in the sense of urgency that we find ourselves in. We're the ones that are most impacted, we're the ones that are concerned, and we're the ones that are going to be the ones that are carrying the slack at the end of the day. So even though we've been failed again and again and again, we're going to continue to be doing that work. And I think there's a role to play in understanding and actually asking ourselves, how do we ensure that every room that we're in, every space that we're in, and every policy that we're enacting is not only intersectional in the sense of like with young people, but also understanding other marginalized communities are not part of that conversation and who's missing out. I think this is the one critical thing that as policymakers we need to understand, that our policies have a lasting and impactful impact on people that we will never see, never meet, or never understand, right? And so first of all, recognizing our own biases or like our own limitations when we come to these spaces, but also understanding it from the perspective of like, actually, who do I need to bring into the space, or who do I need to hand over this work? And for me, some of the most important and radical work that has happened within the youth space has been policy leaders, politicians, MPs stepping aside and not saying we're going to empower young people, but genuinely giving them the baton to continue and doing that work themselves.
Thank you very much. Rabia?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pick up from where Zamzam mentioned that I think if we want to ensure that the insights of young people are incorporated, it's very simple. we have to go to them, because they're not the problem, they're the solution providers. So if you go to them, they will tell you what their problems are. Just like I mentioned previously, that we're trying to reach out to informal sector. So when we reached out, we found out several issues that we were not aware of. And hence, mobilizing and organizing these youth-led initiatives, young workers, employers and workers, we can come up with a constructive social dialogue where we can identify areas of intervention, either from government, from employers, from social development partners. That's where the real conversation is, that's where young people are, and that's where we will be able to find solutions to these problems. So I think we need to have these corporate partnership platforms, and this conference exemplifies such partnerships, such collaboration. And if we can have such dialogues in other regions as well, I'm sure we'll be able to come up with some action plan where we're actually reaching out to people, to young people who are part of this conversation. So yeah, thank you. I'll just end there.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you. I think being last, many points I already mentioned, but two elements I want to add, maybe not only youth participation, particularly when it comes to innovation and job creation. I think it's important we find the change makers in all our communities. And I was very pleased that we had invited our motivational speaker in the morning who converts lithium batteries into different energy sources. And these kind of change makers are almost in every corner of our society, doing different plant conservation, community conservation work, soil conservation work, and all types of works. And if we take these young people, and I think since they're creating the innovation already, they are perhaps at the verge of becoming the next Elon Musk and creating their first African Tesla, and maybe creating employment for 100,000, 200,000 people. Well, and he sings at the same time, so which is additional bonus. But I think these kind of change makers is where we need to find them and ask them, where are you stuck? Is it the policy? Is it the law? Is it the patent registration? Is it access to financing, that nobody is investing in ideas because you don't have collateral and stuff? And then when we come back with policy recommendations, is to solve the problems of these change makers. And the second and last suggestion is around, we need to look at the indicators that we use and start changing them. I think it's not enough to start saying we're investing in education, we're investing in this, we're creating policies. Even us ourselves, institutions like AUs or governments, if we are putting a policy and it's called policy for employment, the indicators should not be how many policies have we set, but rather to say the indicators should be how many jobs has that policy then created. And that's how we should hold even duty bearers, whether it's employers, companies, education sector, government, institutions like the AU, UN and the like, accountable to say not only how many policies you have created, but those policies, how much fruit have they borne. If not, then that means our entire approach, maybe even to the policy and other approaches, has been wrong. So re-looking at the indicators that we measure is perhaps the other recommendation I would make. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being here. And I think this is the end of our very informative conversation. I really like to summarize in 3 points what we heard today. Is that we need investment, we need targeted investment, we need to create critical thinkers able to transfer their skills in the green economy, and a good and strong policy setting. So with all of this, I hope we can continue having these conversations outside of this room in the rest of our conference and time together. So thank you very much, and give the floor to our master of ceremony.
Thank you very Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Charlotte and the lovely panel. That was a very rich conversation. Thank you very much. That was a very rich conversation. And again, we keep seeing key buzzwords coming back again and again, which, you know, it means the consistency at which we are hearing, or the frequency at which we are hearing a lot more of this youth, meaningful youth engagement. That means it's an important topic that we can continue navigating into. And also something else that that came out of this panel is beyond just creating policies. It's ensuring that we keep, I mean, policymakers, develop policies that keep them accountable through different elements of indicators. And that reminded me of some good practices, like, for example, our government in Rwanda is doing, especially on the questions around the skills, you know, what Daniel brought up in terms of skilling people that is demand-driven. The government started has been initiating elements around skills council, just like what we've heard in Kenya that is happening. But in terms of modifying it, they're trying to make it more of a private sector-led skills councils, so that it creates a lot more ownership from the private sector side, because there was that trend of, oh, we have 10,000 graduates, and when they get to the market, the private sector is like, no, 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 we need people, we can't find people. So that conversation, there was a good practice from the government of Rwanda, very intentional about bringing these private sector folks together and seeing how well will this work in terms of academia, speaking to the private sector, and that was seen in terms of having it more or less of, yes, government supported, but more private sector led to initiate kind of ownership from that front. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a very powerful and meaningful engagement we had. Now we are getting to even the spicier part of our agenda today. I know I'm the one standing in between you and your lunch, and I do not want to be in that position. I don't want to be in that position because I still want to remain the favorite to you people. But before we get to lunch, we're going to have a photo session. And the photo session is just going to happen where we saw a backdrop that was ready for, you know, photo session. It's right out there. And when we get out there, our ushers are going to help you find the spot where we're going to get a group photo. Then after the group photo, we're going to go for lunch at the rooftop. I invite you not to, if you're not hungry, that's fine, but the rooftop gives you more than the food itself. The view is spectacular, and I invite you to even try that in the evening. You see the entire Kigali. So we're going to have lunch up there and continue our mingling. But before we go up, please let's regroup for a group photo so that we keep our memories alive. Thank you very much. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you upstairs. Because you know, the digestive system is also seeking for your attention to digest all the nice desserts we've had, but also the sessions are going to be very much demanding of your attention. So before we get started, allow me to request you to stand up. Just stand up a little bit. We just need to make sure that we win against the digestive system at this moment. All right. Okay, so we are going to do a very simple exercise. Thank you very much for putting things aside. Yeah, and you will need a chair behind you. You will need a chair and an empty chair behind you because you need to use it. So make some space. Thank you very much. People are quite, yeah. So one of my many talents, singing is not one of it, but I'm one who loves to take risks. So I would do some singing. We were inspired by our SDG, yeah? But what we are going to do is, the song says, I will make you fishers of men. So what you do is, any word starting with an F, the female, you sit and you stand up. Any word starting with an M, for men, you sit and you stand up. It's going to take us 30 seconds. Okay? Can we try? Okay. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. I know there were people who are not yet in class, I told us our elementary canal is playing as games. So now we are back to class, ne? Pilot is ended. Now we are going to scale up. In 3, 2, 1. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Well done. Give yourself a round of applause. I could see a bit of analyst trying to analyze the song. That was not part of the exercise, but now I see we're back into the room. So we're going to have our next fabulous panel. We've explored about youth employment and digital in the green economy. Now we're going to look at some of the actions. We are going to see the highlights of our collective efforts to scale up action and impact for youth employment. And to take us through this panel, allow me to invite my friend and colleague who taught me yesterday how to say hello in Chinese, ni hao. I don't know if I say that right. Yeah, Ms. Lena Yan, the Youth Employment Officer. Over to you for the session. Let's put our hands together for Lena. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to this panel discussion to kickstart the second half of today. And the title of the session is Decent Jobs for Youth Partner in Action, Impact at a Glance. So I feel really, first of all, I wanted to say that it's very surreal for me to be here because I have not met in person many of you, but the thing is we have been sending many emails to each other in the past, and I was trying to sneak into your LinkedIn profiles to find that photo and to match that photo with you and to find you, and I find this quite exciting, and I feel that this conference serves as an excellent opportunity to make our collaboration and connections more concrete because of this in-person occasion. And in this session, the goal is really to showcase partners' initiatives and the collaborative efforts within the global initiative on decent jobs for youth, to highlight the impacts from their work, success factors, and lessons learned. So we will also facilitate a conversation to identify key strategies for enhancing joint action, optimizing outcomes, and scaling up successful interventions for sustainable impact. First of all, I would like to ask my colleague to kindly show the slides, just a couple of slides, to recap on some of the key impacts of the Decent Jobs for Youth initiative. Please, could you show the slides? Thank you very much. So I would like to highlight that our partners are advancing very well on their actions. As of December 2023, partners have reported that they have achieved 91% of the target number of young people that they are planning to reach through their commitments. And the initiative has so far mobilized 86 commitments, showcasing partners' strong dedication to our mission, So far, we have already more than 100 partners in the network. Maybe you will be the next ones to join the initiative. And partners are also results-oriented. Since a few years ago, we launched this monitoring exercise for tracking the results from our partners' work. 75% of partners have participated in this process and shared with us the key success and stories from their work. I would like to also, please go to the next slide, to highlight some of the insights from the interviews we recently conducted with 28 partners. So we wanted to understand a bit more about their feedbacks, expectations, and priorities. So the values that they consider key for being part of this network is mostly for the collaboration, positive collaboration, successful knowledge sharing, and enhanced visibility and the credibility they got from the network. And second, on the priorities of our partners, they feel that they have been able to enhance the collaboration, knowledge sharing, resource mobilization to scale up action, as well as skills and employment in green and the digital economies. And what our partners proposed also to offer to other partners who are part of the network or not yet part of the network, for example, to share their valuable knowledge and to support capacity building of other organizations working on youth employment and resource mobilization, collaboration at the country level. So I invite all of you to join our initiative and to be part of this joint effort. So you must be very curious now to learn from our partners about their concrete actions and how these aspects have been reflected in their work. So the speakers today are very special to me. I wanted to say thank you to each of you because I had numerous interactions with you in the past years, and you have been so supportive into our work. So I would like to invite our speakers to please come on the stage and to join us. We have with us Director of Scholarships, Support and Financing, Institute for Youth Development, Guanajuato State of Mexico, Mr. Maximo Gustavo Garcia Bravo. Please welcome. We have Global Coordinator for Global Opportunities for SDGs, United Nations Environment Program, Ms. Adriana Zacharias Farah. Please join us. Welcome, Adriana. And we have Program Leader, International Development Research Center, Ms. Marta Melis. Welcome, Marta. The next, we have Director of Programs of Generation Unlimited, United Nations Children's Fund, Ms. Urmila Sarkar. Welcome. Lastly, we have Director of Global Partnerships, World YMCA, Ms. Catherine Elsik. Great. And I would like to open the panel discussion for you to also to know that we try to control the time, so try to leave some minutes at the end for you to pose questions. So for this, I would really appreciate your attention and to reflect on what our speakers are going to say and to maybe prepare questions, even though you don't have maybe immediately the opportunity to ask these questions after we have coffee, right? And now you know their faces, you will be able to go to them and ask these questions. So my first question is to Max. So the state of Guanajuato in Mexico joined the global initiative last year with a vast portfolio of interventions to support the transition of young people into the labor market that has focused on your work with the private sector. What incentives are in place to facilitate the absorption of young graduates and job seekers into formal jobs, and what are the impacts so far? Please.
Thank you so much, Nina, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. So, hello everyone. Also have the opportunity to share with you what are we doing from the state of Guanajuato, Mexico, from create all these opportunities for the youngsters in Guanajuato. So, before to start, I want to give you a little context about Guanajuato. Well, Guanajuato is one of the 32 states in Mexico. We are located in the center of the country. Also, we are a very, very, very special case about economical growth, because in the last 30 years, Guanajuato was the 28th economy in the country. Now, Guanajuato is the 5th economy of the country. So now Guanajuato produces the same GDP than countries like Senegal. So for the current administration, it's a very important goal, this increase. So to have these results, we create a method that we call this method as a transversal work. And the objective of this method is that some ministries of the government work together to solve social problems like education, like social development, also the environment. But one of these problems are the employment and the attention for youngsters. So now in Guanajuato we have 4 ministries working together to give the youngsters the opportunity to get a better job, to also to get a very good attention for the government for them. So the first one is the Ministry of Economical Sustainable Development. They attract all the foreign investors to Mexico, well, to Guanajuato, sorry. In this current administration, they attract more than 140 companies with an invest of $7 billion to Guanajuato. But not also they work with these companies. They also support more than 6,000 entrepreneurs, many of whom are young people. Also, we have the second one is the State Training Institute. It's the same like Tibet Institute. It's the responsible to promoting the high-level training for work. They, in the last 6 years, they trained more than 300,000 people of Guanajuato. Also, we have IDEA GTO, that is responsible to transforming Guanajuato as a innovation center about technology, about entrepreneurship, and also about the innovation. They have placed too many entrepreneurship gyms, can identify the young talent and position it in the market. And well, at the final, we have the Institute for Development and Attention for Youth in Guanajuato. We launched Juvenpresa, that is a program in partnership with ILO in 2023. And with this program, we create a network with over 3,000 companies around Guanajuato to providing opportunities for the young people. Well, in this program, we invest more of $2 million to benefit more than 900 students. This support is pay them internships in 50 companies in Guanajuato. So to get these studies, these youngsters, the companies present us a very high project. And about this, when they present this high project and commit hiring the 30% of the interns post-project. So each intern receives $500 per month until 6 months, along with a health insurance by the company. Also, beyond a Juvenpresa, we are now bridging the digital divide. We support the young people with more than 100,000 laptops. In many cases, these devices are the first one device in their families. So we are not only give them the device, so we learn that we teach them, to use this device. And also, we give them scholarships over $40,000 so they have the opportunity to study any master or any PhD in whatever part of the world about very important sectors for our state, that is agro-technology, cybersecurity, and also Industry 4.0. About that, we believed the international experiences also change the lives of our youngsters. So we sent more 80,000 youngsters to live international experiences in countries like Canada, US, also Japan, also Singapore, in many cities like Dubai, also Bogota, and they have the opportunity to go to outside and see what are doing in the other parts of the world. So we are working very hard to create the best opportunities for the young people.
Thank you so much, Max, for this impressive work you are doing in Mexico. And my next question is to Kathleen. So YMCA recently conducted a study to connect young people to jobs in the green economy in Australia. Tell us a bit more about those findings and who are the key players and the niche sectors for youth in the green economy, and how can these findings influence our work in other parts of the globe? Please.
Thank you, Lena, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. It was actually in the green economy, so it fits very well with the conversations that we had earlier today. So one quick question, how many people know about YMCA? You may have heard this song, right? YMCA, all right. So we don't have to sing it today, but YMCA is a little bit more than a song. We're one of the largest and oldest youth organizations in the world. We are operating in 120 countries, including 23 countries here in Africa. We work in 12,000 communities with 50 million young people. Here in Africa, yes, 23 countries and up to around 3 million young people here across Africa. In 2022, the YMCA took a big leap. And for the very first time in our organizational history, we created our first global strategy that looked to align these 12,000 YMCAs, also the 50 million young change makers that we work with around the world, under 4 main pillars. Now this research, or the strategy, was very much informed by 2 years of work, mainly with young people. It's a very youth-led strategy. The pillars are meaningful work, or youth employment, a sustainable planet, community well-being, and a just world. What we have done since 2022 is taken a deeper dive and undertaken research in each of these pillar areas as a way of defining our response to meaningful work, to sustainable planet, to community well-being, and a just world. And I'm going to speak a little bit now about the research findings that we have done definitely in a sustainable planet, focusing on green jobs, and possibly, if you would like, if we have a little bit of time, I can give you a quick view of some of the meaningful work outcomes that we've found. In terms of green jobs, this research was led by our team in Australia. They took a look both at what's happening globally, but also more specifically what's happening in Australia. So it's it's really a micro piece of research, which we are now expanding to a global piece of research. But I'm going to tell you about the research in Australia. It's broken down into 4 areas. Supply and demand is the first area. So they took a look at the supply of green talent in the job market, but also the demand for talent in the job market, and found that the supply between 2022 and 2023 increased by about 12%. The demand, though, in the same period increased by 24%. So the demand for green talent in the job market is increasing more quickly than the supply of that talent in the job market. At the same time, the research also took a look at the factors such as what young people's interests are, also what kind of jobs are being advertised or are needed in the economy, and also for the final point is what do young people actually know about green jobs. So in terms of values alignment also with young people, the research uncovered that young people are very concerned about climate. In a piece of research that they looked at, undertaken by Plan International, they found that young people are extremely concerned about climate. So there's an interest by young people in climate, in green jobs, in supporting the green transition of the economy. At the same time, in terms of actual jobs, what they found are 3 basic buckets of jobs in the economy in Australia. And these buckets can be largely termed as tech, trade, and trees. So in terms of tech jobs, these are jobs such as manufacturing, jobs such as project management and engineering, supporting a green transition of, for example, manufacturing, and also automatization of the manufacturing industry. So that is growing exponentially in Australia. In terms of trade jobs, they found that 20% of the green economy jobs in Australia are actually in the trade area. These are jobs such as solar panel technicians, hydro technicians. So there's an exponential growth and a huge demand for people with skills in the trade area. And finally, in the area of trees, these are largely conservation jobs. There's also a huge demand in nature and environmental conservation and jobs that are being created in that sector. The research also uncovered that most of these jobs require some kind of skill. So these are not just jobs that people can kind of slide into, if you will. They do require a tertiary education or some sort of an apprenticeship, a certificate. So young people can't necessarily just transition from high school or from school and jump into these jobs. They do need qualifications, so skills are a requirement to take on these jobs. Then they took a look at, as mentioned, what do young people actually know about jobs in the green sector, and found that largely young people have very little understanding about jobs in the green sector. There's an absolute disconnect in that area, and so the research largely concluded that while there is a demand, a huge demand and a growing demand in Australia for jobs in the green economy, there's some supply, but that the growth is expected to grow exponentially into the future in these 3 areas that I mentioned. But there's a disconnect between the demand, if you will, and young people's understanding about those jobs. So we need to do more, at least in Australia, to increase visibility and increase understanding among young people. Probably there'll be a huge interest because there is a wonderful values alignment as well for young people.
Thank you, Catherine. What wonderful insights from this research. And recently, I also have been enhancing my own knowledge and skills as a young person on green economy. We have been always talking about green jobs, but I think it's very important to understand the links between jobs, different SDGs, and the green economy. For example, how we can look at it differently from this traditional approach of stop creating waste, of this zero waste to nature positive kind of transition, and the transition to this circular economy and the more sustainable future also will create new jobs that we really urgently need to understand and to help young people to equip them with the right knowledge and skills for the future. And nextly, I would like to ask Uma about an exciting partnership we have. In 2021, Decent Jobs for Youth and Generation Unlimited joined hands to develop a joint knowledge facility, which is a one-stop shop with knowledge resources on youth education, employment, and empowerment. Today, Youth Foresight has over 1,400 curated knowledge resources and active members contributing to the growing body of evidence and good practices. I would love to invite you to share with the audience about the achievements of Youth Foresight and your vision for its future. How can we all work together collaboratively to grow the knowledge and to facilitate evidence uptake? Please, Uma.
Sure, thanks so much, Lina, and good afternoon. Just to say, I'm really excited to be on this panel with everyone here. This is my 3rd time in Rwanda, this beautiful country, and even just to say, partnering on things like the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, which Adriana will speak more about, and we'll have our first youth advisory group meeting later today, as well as YMCA, just hearing Kathleen here, and many other organizations on a range of initiatives to support young people and new friends as we're meeting on the panel today. Like Kathleen, I'm just going to say just a few words about what Generation Unlimited is, because I'm not sure how many hands would be put up if I asked, but to save you that, just to say that it's a mission to unleash the full potential of the world's 1.8 billion young people with a focus on promoting digital and green solutions at scale. So very much mission aligned with the theme here, especially for the most marginalized young women and youth. And like we've heard from many of our motivating young speakers, if youth had the access to the right skills and the right opportunities, we heard from them this morning, they can be at the forefront of a more equitable, sustainable, and brighter future. And the GenU partnership, which is comprised of founding partners like the Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth, the ILO, and others present here, is a leading public-private youth platform anchored in UNICEF and launched at the UNGA in 2018. Now, this vision has never been more important that Lena just described, and we've heard multiple times today and this morning how 1 in 5 young people are not in education, training, and employment, with young women twice as likely to be at NEET levels, and the majority of employed youth and in the informal sector, working often in poorer conditions and less protection. But we also know that while young people are 25% of the world's population, they're 100% of the world's future, and they'll know, we believe, and I think we all in the room believe, that they'll know firsthand what are the problems, as you were describing even in the survey, and they'll have the energy and creativity really to find the solutions. And to make a real dent in the global youth employment challenge, I think we all agree that we need to better understand what programs and what policies drive change. And we're actually going to hear more about it. I'm excited for the release of the ILO World Bank meta-analysis tomorrow. Recognizing that practitioners, policymakers, and young people themselves face knowledge gaps, fragmentation, and an absence of user-friendly and action-oriented knowledge products, we've been collaborating with the Decent Jobs for Youth since 2019 to establish this facility. And I'm really happy to have been on the journey with Lina, Susanna, Sanghan, and the whole team to realize what it is today, and all the partners around the room. It's a one-stop shop providing curated tools, publications, and resources to support evidence-informed decision-making on aspects of youth education, of skills, of employment, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement. So many of the themes that will be addressed. It contains a curated state-of-the-art knowledge and evidence to support effective intervention design that can really help young people find decent jobs and productive employment that build livelihoods that are both environmentally but also socially sustainable. We have been tapping into the vast resources and networks of the Decent Jobs for Youth, the Generation Unlimited public-private youth partnership networks, and we aim to strengthen the collaboration amongst these different stakeholders. And I think you already mentioned the number, Lina, about the 13,000 resources. We have about 74 partners and recorded thousands of unique visitors around the world. And we've also been facilitating knowledge dissemination and peer-to-peer learning opportunities, some of which I've participated, but many of you, I think, have been speaking at through the webinar and also in the newsletters. An online community forum is helping to foster a digital community of practice with and for young people. And I'd encourage all our passionate youth leaders and organizations that are here today to join us. And as a partner of the Decent Jobs for Youth and Generation Unlimited, you can register for free on this platform and join this learning community. To discover all these latest resources and find out about the latest evidence and updates and upcoming learning events. I mean, when we look at things, we heard about AI this morning, its impact on jobs and youth. You can find all that information. Things are changing rapidly out there, but you can find it on the platform. And you can also become a knowledge partner and share your latest products and host learning events and be part of the community. Building on these achievements, we're excited to continue collaborating with the initiative, and we're really looking forward to building a kind of evidence coalition, a youth foresight evidence coalition. And the vision is to promote an evidence-based action where young people have identified themselves what are the barriers but also solutions as they move through this learning to earning journey. And we aim to partner with organizations working for and with young people to collectively address knowledge gaps or fragmentation, but also more importantly, translate this evidence into action. The aim is for Youth Foresight to play a catalytic role with the latest resources and engaging partners, strengthening the kind of partner collaboration in the space, facilitating better access to rigorous evidence and practical knowledge resources of what works in youth employment, and really pool technical and financial resources to fill critical knowledge gaps in youth-related policies and programs. Now, just to end, at the end of the day, we aim to transform the lives of young people through concrete action. So our efforts are anchored in a strong partnership between the ILO, UNICEF, and other public-private youth partners in terms of commitment. So I'm happy to share that our partnership in Egypt, which aims to skill and facilitate employment linkages and plans for reaching over 200,000 young people in the next 3 years, will be mobilized, and you can add that to your commitment in the numbers that Lina was presenting. And similarly, we're mobilizing commitments from Mongolia and Brazil, where they've got an impressive UNMIO platform, which is reaching 2 million young people in the country to date, and placing about over 500,000 youth into quality apprenticeship and jobs. So this is part of our global commitment from UNICEF and from Generation Unlimited to empower young people with the skills and opportunities to obtain decent work and translate that evidence into concrete action on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Uma. I just wanted to say that normally we don't realize, but knowledge is the power, and lacking knowledge in conducting effective interventions with young people will really negatively impact our work. So I invite all of you to join the platform, and we will be sharing with you also the link to Youth Foresight. Please come and join our webinars and contribute your knowledge and create research partnerships together to support young people. And the next question I have for Adriana. So almost 1 year ago, UNICEF and ILO shared with the world our common vision for a global partnership to foster green jobs for youth. Today, such an effort is known as the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. So for those in the room who are not yet familiar with this pact, could you tell us a bit more about it and what have we achieved so far in the pact? Thank you.
Thank you, Lina, and also let me also join my gratitude to ILO for the invitation, to you and Susanna, and for the strong partnership that we have. Yeah, 2 years ago, we were celebrating the International Conference of Stockholm Plus 50. I don't know if some of you know, but it was only in 1972 when the community, all governments came together and recognized that there is strong linkages between environment and development. So, in 2022, we celebrated Stockholm Plus 50, and that was a time really to reflect. Are we doing better? Did we really solve the issues? And, well, the news here is not really. Yes, there is some progress, but sadly, the environmental crisis is worse. And today in UNEP, we are talking about the triple planetary crisis that is climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And I don't need to give you examples on data on climate change, biodiversity, pollution, because we are all facing the consequences there. Not to talk also about the social crisis of increasing inequalities. So Stockholm Plus 50 was a time to reflect, but also to bring commitments, solutions as international communities, not only UN agencies, governments, stakeholders were there. And I want also to highlight that the voice of the young people was very strong. In fact, Sweden was funding a whole consultation process with the Youth Task Force. So they were in the co-developing on this conference and bringing key messages. There are 10 key recommendations. I'm not going to highlight all of them, but I want to say a few of them. The first one was recognizing that human well-being has to be in the center of development, and recognizing the right for a clean environment. The second, very important, is to recognize the intergenerational responsibility. We need to be accountable on what is the world, the future we are living in the future generations, and to bring them in the decision-making today. Not tomorrow, today. Then a recognition that we need really a system-wide transformation. We heard it today. Yes, green jobs, but jobs creation, decent jobs, but need to be green as well, right? Because business as usual is not a business, and it's not an option, right? So in this social economic transformation, we really need now to see, do we have the necessary skills, no? And I think some of you are talking about, are we really matching demand and supply? Are the young people aware of this? Is this meeting their aspirations? So those were questions that we were reflecting. And the beauty is that at Stockholm Plus 50, ILO, with Susanna, Kamal, UNICEF with Urmila, and UNEP with myself, and I want to recognize my colleague Noemi, who is here, and some other colleagues. We came together to set up and launch the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. And the idea here is really what the UN Resident Coordinator was saying this morning. What did he say? Coherence, integration, scale. We don't want to duplicate, we don't want to duplicate, overlap, no. The idea here is let's bring the mandate of 3 UN agencies to have a coherent delivery, to see how we can really equip young people with the necessary tools. How can we update the education system, call it university, Tibet, any other education system, and then how to connect demand and supply for that transformation. And why is this important? I also want to say, and data from ILO says, 40% of the jobs are at risk because of climate change. Without healthy environment, we will not have jobs, or let alone jobs. We will not have any economic development and healthy lives. But the good news, we have heard the transition to low carbon economy and circular economy can unlock 14 million different figures we see there. Let me illustrate. In our analysis, if we are bringing circularity in 5 sectors, building and construction, food, mobility, textiles, and plastics, in these 5 sectors, we could reduce 60% of the carbon footprint and 80% of nature footprint. So the benefit is big, and the job creation that it could unlock is also very important. So what is the pact doing? Okay, that's the intro. We are focusing in 3 E's. Employment creation, so employment the first one, environmental education, and then empowerment and engagement of youth. When we say employment creation, I want to also acknowledge the previous panel that was saying it is very important to have interministerial cooperation. So what we want is to have, I think we are talking about that, yeah, we need to bring the different ministries, labor, finance, environment, education, health, to come together and say, okay, in this transition to sustainable development, do we have policies that are talking to each other, that are heading toward the same direction? And a good example is the workshop that we celebrated a few weeks ago in Kenya, and I see Alan and Caroline here, where we brought together 5 different ministries trying to align the policies and see what is the skill demand that we have and the gap skill, and how are we going to together supply that. Environmental education, working with university and the Tibet sector, how can we bring the knowledge? Some people say, what are green jobs? And some people planting tree, or it's going to be biology. No, green job, as I say, any job could be green as long as you are reducing environmental impact, right? So how can we transform those jobs meaningful? How can we bring circularity in the construction sector? How can we create new jobs by phasing out single-use plastics? Just in the plastics, for example, we can create 700,000 new jobs. But how it will be in innovation, in reskilling, in new business models? Do we have that knowledge, this innovation? No. So that's about education. And the third one is empowerment. I forgot to say something very important. Youth say it very clear in Stockholm. Nothing about us without us. So that's why the pact, the beauty of the pact is that we have a youth advisory group. They are here. I want to acknowledge, some of you have already heard Rabia, Samsam, Mohammed, Suhair, and Vicky, who are here. So they are the driver also of the pact. We want to have a stronger commitment and work with them. And the idea is to listen to the aspirations. Also, as you were saying, connecting demand and supply. And I think Samsam was saying in the previous work, and some the African Union as well, we need to reinvent the future and think, what are really the jobs of the future? What is that transformation that we will have? Teleworking has proven that will be one of the big forces. Digitalization that we're discussing today. How are we matching the aspiration of young people on that new world, new future? So, and empowerment, and the young people are also very active today in the negotiations of the Summit of the Future. I don't know if you are aware of that, but Secretary General is having this conference to rethink the future we want. And again, youth voice will be strong, but also the need for skills. So that's how we're working. And Lina, the last thing you were asking me about the impact. We are very happy to say that after almost 2 years with the Pact, we have now engaged in workshops over 3,000 young people or multi-stakeholders. We have done multi-stakeholder dialogues in Pakistan, in China, in Thailand, in Kenya. We have trained over 120 people with ILO, for example, 50 young people in Africa. In Asia Pacific, we just celebrated a low carbon accelerator. I'm happy to say that they got a 4 months training, and 60% of the finalists got access to funding for their entrepreneur proposal. So that's really good. And this is just the beginning. So I really want to say we are aware that 3 agencies will not deliver this. We are working with UNDP, with UNESCO, with many other agencies, but also with institutions like you. So we need to come together to really see how, with our limited resources, we can create a more powerful impact. So we are happy to welcome you and join the Pact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adriana. And I would just want to say that let's work together and come to join us. And the last question I have for Marta. So let's talk about Africa, guided by the thematic priorities of decent jobs for youth, IDRC, the ILO, and the Include platform. We have joined hands to advance the research initiative in Africa. And could you tell us a bit more about this research initiative we have launched? And also, what have been the most impactful outcomes of this collaboration as regard to what works to advance youth employment in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. And I also want to thank ILO and for giving us this opportunity to be in this panel and hear about other collaborative work that's happening within the platform. So I'm going to add to that voice and demonstrate, one aspect of work that we've collaborated with the 3 institutions. Maybe I'll start with a few words about the motivation and rationale behind the collaboration. So this collaboration entailed the coming together of 3 institutions that were working towards the same goal of boosting decent employment for youth in Africa. We all had, at that time, a particular focus in sub-Saharan Africa. So we wanted to actually come together to harness our institutional strength to actually deepen the reach and impact of the work that we do. And I think the partnership came out of a realization that we can achieve more collaboratively than each of us can do individually as institutions. So what did we do? So we started with, in consultation with young people in the continent, we identified priority themes at that time that mattered the most for young people. And there were 2 that really emerged as something that we haven't really done a lot of research, a lot of thinking, and not so much evidence. So one was around soft skills that actually are needed for young people to thrive in the digital world. So the young people were telling us, there's a lot of emphasis on technical competencies, but in the job market,
it's that soft skills that nobody's equipping us with. So, so there was that need. And the other one was, I think some of you touched upon, it's work-based learning opportunities and mentorship models that actually work for young people. So there were a lot of apprenticeship models, but I think most of them were not successful in actually leading them to gainful employment paths. So really unpacking, what are the kind of models that actually work for young people. So with that we actually conceptualize a collaborative framework that has 3 pillars. So one was really to have in-depth knowledge, data, and evidence. And the second stream is synthesizing the evidence, including on emerging issues of priorities. And the third is really how do we foster a dialogue among the key stakeholders to actually bring together the generators of knowledge and the users of knowledge. So that's how our work was organized. So then I'll come to your questions about what are some of the outcomes of that. So I will maybe mention 3 interlinked outcomes. So the first one is really we're able to generate, and maybe before, a step back. So we supported in-depth research involving 18 local research institutions in the continent across 9 countries, actually, to actually test some of the approaches to really see, okay, which one works, which one doesn't work. So we had a lot of knowledge and data that was gathered. We also had a series of synthesis reports and dialogue. So what came out of that? The first is really evidence, locally generated evidence on what works, what doesn't work. And I think that point was brought out in the earlier session before lunch. And that information about what works in a particular context, but not just for youth in general, but for what type of youth. For young women, for example, the constraints are different. What works may be different than young men. So really having that granular and locally context information was very useful for policymakers, was useful for employers, for training agencies, also and employment agencies, and also for the private sector to have that knowledge, because they were making decisions without that granular knowledge and data. So that was really an important outcome. The second was really the engagement of young people throughout the research process. So that enabled us to really identify the priorities, but the challenges that they face, but also map some of the innovations that are happening among the young people. I think a lot of times when we are discussing about youth employment, we tend to victimize young people. And I think one of the contributions, Gibson this morning made it very clear. Young people are not just sitting there, right? They are innovating. But those are not documented, those are not recognized, so really bringing that up front and having a discussion about how do we support that was really an important contribution. And lastly, and related to that, is really creating an opening platform for young people to actually have their voices and to be on the table for discussion. Both in national dialogues, but also in key international fora. So we were able, for example, to bring young people to the UN ECOSOC forum a couple of years ago. For many of them, it was the first time for them to have their voices heard in such international fora, and that is really important because that's where you actually take those voices to important fora that are discussing policies, programs about them, but to actually have them participate in that was really important. So I will leave it there, but I'll be happy to elaborate later.
Let's give them a warm round of applauses. So with this, I just wanted to say that each sentence is what you just said was so inspiring, and I was actually looking around in the room and I see non-bored faces. So that's really important, and thank you again for all of you to be here with us today, and it's such a unique occasion for having all of you here, and thank you for also traveling all the way from different parts of the world to Kigali. And I have a good news and bad news for you. Bad news is, since I don't want to delay the next exciting part of the conference, we are not going to have this Q&A session, but please remember these speakers and try to talk to them if you are interested about their work after this session. And the good news is I would like to minimize my comments and to conclude the session with just very brief and very concrete action that speakers would like to propose to the audience. So with this in mind, I would like to ask each of you, how can we build on the momentum of this conference to strengthen our collaboration under the aegis of the Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth? I invite each of you to propose one concrete action to develop or to expand in collaboration with those in the audience and who are with us online today also for the promotion of youth employment in the green or digital economy. So I would like to start from Max, from the left side and to the right side, please.
Thank you, Lina. Well, I want to invite you and all the organizations that now are here to implement a very simple but a very powerful activity. That is, to create intergenerational commits in the companies and organizations. This initiative fosters continuous dialogue between different generations, giving young people a voice. They feel part of the companies, they feel part of the organization, and also improving workplace environment. It's a very simple but it's very effective activity. This step towards better inclusion and collaboration. That's my comment.
Thank you, Max, and Adriana, over to you.
Okay, difficult to summarize, but yeah, I think the key commitment from the pact is to scale it up, as we say, with more coherence. So it's to welcome you all to identify synergies where we can work together for a bigger impact. And from my perspective, the commitment is really to work with the education system, not only universities, as I mentioned, also Tibet, to update, to scale up, to bring this new mindset that we need for this low-carbon circular economy, and provide the skills.
Thank you. And Marta, over to you.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to say that our world is changing. Climate change is changing our world. Digital transformation is really transforming the world of work, so we can't do more of the same. So we need to think outside the box and really harness the youthful energy and innovativeness of young people. So work with them, bring them at the forefront, and also let us drive locally driven solutions and go to scale.
Uma, please.
Sure. So I'd like to invite all the young people that are here in the room today and the audience to add your strong voice and your reflective voice to whatever we produced in this repository of resources with youth foresight. And as we built out these resources and the hub, I think what's most important for you to share with us is all the kinds of problems and challenges that you face that are uniquely relevant for your local context, but also all your talent, energy, and creativity to finding those solutions and bringing your voice to the platform. So we're committed to working together with the partners on the panel around the room for this kind of evidence coalition that really brings the insights of young people as we also build on the rigorous evidence-based approaches to what works for youth employment.
Wonderful. And lastly, Catherine, please.
Thank you. I have two just brief ones. One is, and I think we have all said this, and maybe this resonates, and maybe you are doing this already, but in every single program that we design, activity that we put together to consciously, proactively integrate the youth voice. We have heard here so many times, and we've seen how powerful young people are. They have something to say. They have agency. They have force. They're the largest. We have the largest generation of young people on the planet today, but we don't always proactively include them. I think that we do. I may be preaching to the converted here, but I think a concrete action is for each of us when we are designing new programs and policies to integrate the youth voice into the work that we are doing and advocate for that as well to others who you are working with to integrate the youth voice. So that's one. The second and very last one is we are holding on the 21st to the 25th of October in Mombasa, YMCA's very first, we're calling it an Accelerator Summit, where we are designing really our approach to meaningful work, including a sustainable planet. We would like to do this with you, with others. We would like to leverage and learn from your experience. So I would love to invite you, if you are interested in joining us in Mombasa, 21st to the 25th of October this year, please come and find me, my colleague Lloyd as well, and we may even have some materials here. We really would love to have you. We want to bring in your experience. We'd love to invite you as speakers and learn from you and invite you to come alongside us and help us to co-create our future of work, our meaningful work strategy and programs. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, and let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to conclude the session, and I will hand over to Mary for introducing us to the next exciting part of the conference. Thank you again.
All right, thank you very much. And another big applause for Lina and the panel, powerful panel that was looking at some of the actions that are happening and the impact of the actions. The day is quite still young. Rich conversations are happening. And one thing that is becoming more and more clear is that we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. So it is important to be a lot more agile and adapt to the changing economy. Now, I would like to take us through our next agenda item, which is going to be slightly different. So we're going to have a parallel session, and I would request, yes, thank you very much, TJ. So we are having 3 parallel sessions. It's the next item on the agenda. The first session is going to happen at IKAZE room. That means it's the lower ground. So you use the elevator, the nearer elevator to get there. And for those like me who like to exercise a little bit and keep the blood flowing, we can still use the stairs to get there on time. Towards a greener future is going to happen in this room. So people who are attending that breakout session will remain in this room. Then the Green Horizon Empowering Youth Entrepreneurs will happen at Gasabo. That is still on lower ground. So when you get to lower ground, you'll find signages, and also some of our team members will already be there. And will be requested right after here to try and head back to these rooms immediately so that we are able to keep time. Now, after the session, we are going to have coffee break after the breakout sessions. I want to explain a little bit about the logistics of the coffee breaks. So the people who are going to be in IKAZE room and Gasabo at the lower ground, we will have coffee break at the lower ground. There will be coffee break set up at the lower ground. And those who will be here, there will be coffee break set up on this ground. So, you know, there will be no more like moving up and down. After which, we are going to have a marketplace. We have a marketplace. I'm assuming we'll have a slide on what the marketplace looks like in terms of the room. So, IKAZE, that's where our marketplace is going to happen. And at the same time, we're going to also have a youth round table, which is going to happen in this room at Gasabo now. Okay, it's been moved to Gasabo. So I know on the agenda it says Kivu, but it's going to happen at Gasabo. Are we clear on the next items on the agenda? I know there's a little bit of moving up and down, but it's also good for blood flow and also change of scenery. So with that, if we are all on the same page, I'll request us to head to our respective rooms, and let's meet there in the next 1 minute. Thank you.
Have the next.
Okay.
because this is more of a smaller session, if you guys want to come closer to the front, that would be absolutely great. So we're going to kick off, bearing in mind that we are running behind already, and there are a lot of things that we want to discuss, so I want to make sure that we have some time, all the time possible, with our panelists. So, how's everybody feeling? Wow. I feel like I'm in here by myself. Great. How's everybody feeling? Hey, energy, we like that. Okay, cool. So we're going to start off with a little bit of an interactive session. So I'm going to ask you all to stand up. Some of you are hating me already for making you stand up. I felt it. It's okay. It's okay. All right, so we have a few questions for you. We don't know whether if it's going to be up somewhere. Tech team. Oh, here we go. So I'm going to ask you a question on the board, and you're going to either sit down or stand up, depending what you think the answer is. And then we'll tell you the answer. Right? It's a little quiz. We'll see how you do. So first question. Do we have the presentation? Oh. That's us, everybody. Give a wave. Okay, so what percentage of youth is worried about climate change? If you think it's 75, stand up. If you think it's 95, sit down. I see 2 people have sit down. Okay. 3 people. 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'm going to lock your answer in, guys. Okay. We're confident. Standers. You seem confident. You shouldn't be. It's 95%. So, next question. Huh? This is globally. So, what is a top priority for addressing climate change according to youth? So if you think it's to promote low carbon clean energy, stand up or stay standing. Or prevent the loss of ecosystems and conserving biodiversity, sit down. What do you think our priorities are? A lot more people have sat down. Okay, this is interesting. Right, so I'd say majority of people have sat down now. Okay. So the answer is promoting low carbon, so the first one. So those of you standing up, actually correct. Stand up again for the final one, I promise. Do you want to put the next one up? How many new jobs ILO expect to be created by 2030 as a result of the just transition? So if you think stay standing, 24 million, and if you think 19 million, sit down. So, go on. A lot of people are still standing. Some clueless faces. Where did the question go? Oh. So most people are standing, okay? You're right. It's 24 million, hopefully. Together, right? Take us down. Okay, great. Thank you so much. You can sit back down. Thank you so much. Okay, first I want to introduce the incredible panelists to join me here on stage. Valentina, do you want to come join us? So Valentina is an industry liaison officer in Greening TVT administrator at Akademoni College. She's committed to bridging the gap between academia and the industry, ensuring students are well prepared for the workforce. She's deeply passionate about greening initiatives, dedicated to promoting sustainable practices within the industry, and she's currently spearheading the Akademoni's hydroponic vertical garden project to supply fresh herbs and vegetables to the college and the future for hospitality industry. Thank you very much for joining us. Also want to welcome to the stage Anne-Marie. Please join us. Anne-Marie is a senior youth economic empowerment advisor for Plan International. She's been in the Netherlands for 7 years and extensive experience in the program manager for multi-country projects focusing on skills development, transition to jobs, and green skills and entrepreneurship. She has worked as an environment advisor for private and government institutions and youth economic empowerment advisor. She shares pragmatic insights and methodologies in in promoting gender equality with a transformative approach. And I also want to welcome to the stage Ben, Dr. Ben. He joins us here as a UNESCO advisor for TVT in Africa. He's a seasoned project manager and is specialized in focusing on health education, teacher training, literacy boost from both early to adult education, child protection, coaching, mentoring, capacity assessment, career development, inclusive education, partnership and development. His experience is very vast, and I'm going to ask him more questions to learn more. And I also want to welcome to the stage, just give me a second, our final speaker, Taka. Do you want to come join us? Taka is joining us from the ILO, and is an economist has been an economist since 2014. He's published in a variety of topics such as school to work transition, jobs in global supply chains, and skills to green transition. And prior to joining the ILO, he worked at UNESCO Bangkok, the University of Pennsylvania, and 2 vocational education in the United States. Thank you so much. Massive round of applause for our panelists. So I'm going to go and sit down instead of all the other panelists that have stood up this entire... So I'll join them here. So, first of all, thank you so much for joining us on this discussion. So I'm going to kick off. Being a young person, I believe that we always start with youth. The youth should always lead the way. So I'm going to ask the first question to Valentina. Valentina, as within your work, just give me a second, sorry. So the first question is for Valentina. Sorry, I don't know why I've lost my train of thought there. There we go. There we go. So what are the challenges young people are facing running green jobs and green skills development?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Zamzam. And I am very pleased to be seated here in this panel and very passionate on the theme, young, green, and digital. So I work in an environment around young women between 18 and 25 years. So that's a college of catering and hospitality management in Kenya. And there are many challenges that the youth face, me speaking on their behalf. So one, especially speaking on the hospitality industry, you find that what the market needs is not aligning to what the youth are getting in terms of the curriculum. Because with the hydroponic vertical garden we put up was a kind donation from Belgium Agtech NGO, and it has helped us to be able to learn more, and especially when it comes to greening. So that was part of our greening TVET initiative that started early in the year. And you realize that all this is not taught in class. What we are taught in class is how to carry a tray, how to interact with guests, and how to become a better and professional hospitality student. So you find that with the green skills, we are not getting so much on the training regarding the green mindset when it comes to the curriculum. And then when it comes to funds, for us to be able to put up a hydroponic vertical garden, we needed a lot of money. That's why I mentioned that it was a kind donation from the Belgium NGO Agtech. And for a young person to be able to start up a business, they need finance, right? Yeah, so for us to be able to have gotten to that level is that we needed to train the young students to be able to save up, because that was quite massive. And you realize that when it comes to planning well for financial aid, you need a lot of support from partners in the industry. And then another challenge is that lack of confidence. Whenever you need to start up a business, you need that tap in the back to be able to tell you to go ahead and start up whatever idea you have in mind. So lack of believing in ourselves is also a hindrance and a challenge when it comes to excelling as a youth. Something else with where I work is we deal a lot with young women from low-income backgrounds, and the fact that where you come from should not define you, I can also put that as a challenge. Because if I come from a low-income background, I am used to probably sleeping hungry, not being able to have a proper shelter over my head. And that, when it comes to when you're giving the training to the youth, you realize that they're not confident enough to take the leap of faith to start up a business. I have learned all these hospitality skills, but I'm not able to go and as I'm able to bake cakes, to be able to put up a bakery because I don't believe in myself. Because one thing I'll keep saying, where will I get the money? How will I do it? There's no one in our family who has ever done it before. So lack of confidence. And lack of information is also another challenge. As I mentioned earlier in part of the curriculum, is that we need information to be able to help us to be aware of what we're dealing with. So as we're talking about young, green, and digital, when we get awareness from our trainers, if we, the trainers, are able to impact the skills, the green mindset skills on the young, let me call them my dear students, it's easy for them to be able to be excellent professionals in the green mindset, in the green economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to follow up quite quickly on that, because you spoke about the needs, right? Like identifying the actual needs within the work, right? So like not the assumption, but actually, can you talk to us a little bit about what those needs are, from your perspective, and specifically in the work that you do of green skills and green jobs?
So Annette, I would like to mention that every youth aspires to grow. Every youth aspires to grow emotionally, mentally, career-wise, financially, and also have a sense of belonging. So through what we do is that we are able to, through the growth and the drive that we get is that we're able to go to school, and that's why we'll go from primary, go to secondary, go to university, and continue with our studies because we aspire to grow. And also, every youth's dream is that once they have finished and graduated, is that they are able to get employment in the market. And apart from getting employed, is that they're able to start up businesses and probably have a mentor to work with them in that journey. So all that the youth needs is to be able to better their standards of living and become better for a future that is more fulfilling. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think to filter really what you're saying is the approach cannot be linear, right? Like this, it's actually thinking about the different steps of like what support looks like. And I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you so much for sharing that. I want to go on to Ben. As a UNESCO expert, what insights can you provide regarding the role of technical and vocational education training in the preparing youth for skills for green jobs?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. UNESCO has also the mandate of green skills for decent job. You know that skills for work and life are very high on the policy agenda of UNESCO's member states. So this is in the context of rapid technological change and rising concerns over youth employment, social inequalities, and environmental sustainability. Besides that, we know that due to COVID-19, have been many challenges, especially for youth. Then many of them have been really lost their jobs, and they went from that decent work opportunities. But we can't ignore that the challenge also can be the other opportunity to think twice and to go out of the box. So that's why TVET really plays a critical role in this journey as really it ceases to have a great contribution to help youth and adults. So that's why in UNESCO, we started the strategies. We call it 2022 up to 2029 strategy for TVET, for transforming technical and vocational education training to make it successful and a just transition to build up achievement so that it contributes to avoiding all problems which happened with the COVID-19. So UNESCO, working with the member states which are there, it's really focusing on making sure that member states are re-implementing the recommendation and some more convention which have been restated. So you know that UNESCO is there to oversee the implementation of TVET so that it really reach the intended objectives. So periodically, member states have to be consulted, following the specific stage procedures so that what they have agreed are really being implemented. So member states are supported, are enabled to transform, to expand the TVET systems to equip all youth and adults with relevant skills for employment, decent work, entrepreneurship, for life learning, so that to contribute to 2030 agenda for sustainable development. So in summary, that's what we do for UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. I mean, I think it's important to hear the different forms of initiatives, right, that's happening in the journey to getting a just transition and what that actually looks like on a global scale. So thank you for sharing that, and it'd be interesting to have a think and actually look about, like, actually are the agendas aligned, and is there a level of accountability that needs to happen to not only our member states but also like the civil society organizations that are doing some of this work. So thank you so much, Ben, for sharing that. I'm going to go to Taka. So from the insights and perspective of ILO, could you share insights into the strategies and initiatives being undertaken to promote school to work transition and employment opportunities?
Thank you very much. So, sorry. Regarding the strategies and initiatives, first of all, from the ILO's perspective, the promotion of a just transition is absolutely crucial, meaning we are promoting greening of economies and societies in a way that is as fair and as inclusive as possible, everybody concerned, including youth and companies and governments. That's what we promote. And as the ILO, we do so by facilitating the creation of decent jobs opportunities and also facilitating access to those opportunities. That's what we do. That's what we mean by a just transition. And this, our key, principles and guidelines are actually defined in this, sorry, you see it on the, you can screen, capture the QR code later because internet connection is bad. But our principles and guidelines are defined in this ILO guidelines for a just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies. For it's a very long name. But it's actually basically it's adopted through an international tripartite consensus in 2015. So, ILO is a tripartite organization, meaning a group of government employees and workers, and we bring together those stakeholders to achieve consensus. So this is our principles. And this is essentially a set of recommendations in key policy areas. We have identified key 9 policy areas. And skills development is one of the policy areas because we see that skills development is absolutely crucial to facilitate transitional workers in the resource-intensive sectors towards more growing sectors with, growing sectors, less resource-intensive, and growing sectors along the line of a shift towards environmental sustainability. So skills development is very important for us. And of course, in the skilled space, there's a lot of initiatives going on, and ILO works on different areas, but I would like to highlight 2 areas. One is skills assessment. we conduct skills foresight exercise or forecast exercise. Of course, there are quantitative methods and qualitative methods, but we need to know what skills is there. So we analyze skill supply. That's one thing. What skills are available in the current labor market? And we also, as a tripartite organization, we have the capacity to convene government, employers and workers, and training institutions, and the civil society organizations to really engage in an iterative dialogue process to identify what skills will be needed for the 3 to 5 years, let's say, short to medium term time horizon. So this is a demand side foresight exercise. And the outcome of this exercise is the identification of skills gaps. This is one area that we really put a lot of efforts on. And this information should inform the more relevant training program. So like colleague said, curriculum should be more relevant. So this information on skills gap, we use it to help the shift towards more competency-based curriculum development for the Tibet institutions. That's what we do. And for example, in Zimbabwe, we have a picture on the Zimbabwe workshop, but in Zimbabwe we have developed a new 5 programs, competency-based curriculum, and we have focused on, sorry, I forgot to mention, skills foresight exercise, we use sector or subsector as a strategic entry point because we find it very easier to convene like-minded stakeholders if we use economic sector or even subsector as a strategic entry point. So for the case of Zimbabwe, use stakeholders identified renewable energy and smart agriculture as a strategic sector. And we have rolled out, this is a workshop, we have developed a competency-based curriculum, and we have rolled out 5 programs so far. And this program has been rolled out in 30 Tibet institutions in the country. And of course, we need to measure the impact. So we have a tool to track the impact, which is called Service Tracker. So this is essentially a SMS system where graduates will receive messages 3 months later and 6 months later to identify where they are, what kind of jobs they have, and their satisfaction and so on. So that's what we do. And we have accumulated a lot of expertise and experiences, and we wanted to share it with the public for the policymakers and practitioners. So back in 2022, we have compiled this Greening Tibet practical guide at the COP27 in Egypt. And we have, this is a very comprehensive guidebook to green Tibet. And we have implemented this in so far 7 countries, 3 in Africa, 3 in Asia, and 1 in Latin America. And then we are looking to support more countries. So I stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's incredibly useful to hear actually what resources are already available and what's been happening that could be replicated pretty easily. And often one of the things that we all find ourselves doing is trying to reinvent the wheel when actually it exists in many different places. So thank you very much for sharing that. And I think for me, one of the things is, and I shared earlier on the panel, is the consistent reminder that actually any qualification that you gain today will 2 years out, in about 2 years will probably be, you'll probably be outskilled, right? Or your skill will need to be updated. So it's understanding that actually the consistent ability to reskill and upskill is incredibly important and has to be kind of very much rooted in that work. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to go to Anne-Marie. I know Plan International has actively been working on green skills and green jobs. Could you share your experience or what the lessons you've learnt are, what the best practices, especially working with young people that, that could be scaled up, that we can learn from?
Hello? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Samsam, for the question. Well, Plan International, for the ones that don't know, Plan International is an organization that works for rights and opportunities, equal opportunities for girls and children in general, with a focus on gender. We have been working more than 80 years in more than 80 countries. And one of the thematic areas where we really focus on is skills and opportunities for youth entrepreneurship and employment. And based on that experience that we have built, in particular related with green skills and green jobs, this is some of the learnings for. Well, I think the first, it's already a little bit mentioned about the alignment of the market demand of the skills, needs, and the offered. It's very good to hear from ILO that it's already a tool for greening technical and vocational training institutions. Still, we see that whenever we start a project, there is quite a lot of different definitions of what is green skills. So I think that is something, the first that we need to realize whenever we start a project with youth is to identify what are their really needs of the youth, what are their expectations and their aspirations, and then to linkage with the TVET's institutions and the private sector. So one of the key important lessons there is to take the time to with the different partners to clarify what is the concept on green skills, because there are a lot of definitions there. And in some countries, because of policies on climate change or circular economy, there are already definitions in place, but also UNESCO, ILO, and different organizations has already. Academia is also having some definitions. So I think that is one learning. Looking about more concrete in the materials that is developed, it is very important to have a look of the gender, really to see the language that you need to get the young girls involved in this training is different if you consider with young boys. So it's important that when thinking about the business case of the cases, the language that you use, the characters that you use, really to have the attention not only on gender but also in inclusiveness. One experience, we have a project in Colombia with Afro-descendant population. And when we did a learning session of evaluation, they said, during our entrepreneurship program, we had training, and e-learning training. And one of the guys said, yes, there was a lot of there, but I didn't recognize myself in the training. None of the cases that were there, they're really looking about their own situations. So I think that is one important point, really to look at the context, and in particular to have a look on the specific needs of young women. And I think aligned with also what UNESCO and ILO has said, it's not only the young people that need to be trained about green skills, are also the teachers in the schools, in the vocational training. They also need to understand what are the key problems related with climate change, how they can learn. If they don't have that capacity, if they don't have that learning, it is very difficult that they can also train and give the skills to the youth. So I think that is another one. Yes, well, if I look to more looking at the green entrepreneurship, there is a knowledge on the indigenous communities, for instance. Plan International work a lot with, in rural areas with vulnerable people, and also with net youth, so the ones that don't have training or they're not in education or in employment. And working with specific communities, there is a knowledge on indigenous sustainable practices. That is, from one side, is very important because there is already a knowledge in the population. On the other side is also a recognition of the cultural heritage. So there is a kind of win situation on acknowledging that heritage culture, but also making the contribution of the environmental sustainability of different projects. The same that I said about what are green skills, we realize also for green entrepreneurship is also a challenging to know what is really, what makes their business a green job, a green business. They really, when they really start doing market research looking about the competition, understanding how their value chain look like, what are the raw materials that they use, what are the packaging, if they make some byproducts from rest of the production. When they start to understand what is their role in the whole value chain, they really are inspiring, and they can really understand what is the unique selling point as a business. So I think that was quite inspiring to see how the young people also in Colombia there were quite inspiring, making this kind of research on what is the footprint of my business, how I compare with other that produce also coconut products. Yes, but I do it with organic, so that it means that I don't use chemical pesticides, or I reduce the use of energy, minimize the use of water. So that is quite inspiring for them. They give a lot of confidence, or what you said, Val, they give a lot of confidence, and they start to believe in their own business. And finally, well, sustainable products and services is also a growing niche market. We see that more and more consumers in different parts of the world are aware about climate change. They want to do more conscious choices. So there is a growing market looking about the sustainability of the businesses. This is also a good trend that allowed young people to sustain this business in a long term. With all this project that we developed, we realized that there was a need. Young people didn't know exactly what they wanted, so we make a need assessment to see what is really the package of skills that you want. That is when we developed this, another terminology, green life skills curriculum. We have been talking in previous sessions about soft skills. Life skills curriculum is really that young people can identify themselves, who they are, what their ambitions, but also how to relate with each other, how to be responsible, how to confront conflict or decisions, difficult situations. So that is one of the key components that Plan International do in all the programming. Young people really to make them strong in their as individual. This life skills curriculum, what it does, it adds the environmental component, is develop these life skills with the conscious on their relation of young people with climate change, that they can reflect what is the impact of climate change in my life, but how I behave and what are the decisions and what I buy, how I behave in order to make an action. And how to deal also with that as an opportunity on creating incomes, doing a green opportunity, a green entrepreneur. Yes, I think there is some examples, but maybe you want to, shall I continue with some examples, or maybe you want to ask another question?
No, I was trying to actually figure out how much time we have left, because I do want to make sure that there's a Q&A. And I also have another follow-up question.
Yeah, maybe what we can do is, I would like to just to, I have been talking about the project in Colombia with Afro descendant young people, and there is a very short video where they, tell us about their experience about participating in this project. So maybe we can show that?
Cool. Well, we'll show the video and then we'll open up for the floor.
Este proyecto ha aportado a mi vida personal de muchas formas. Este proyecto ha aportado a mi vida personal de muchas formas. En la parte del crecimiento de mi emprendimiento, de ver
que nos pueden mostrar que nosotros somos capaces de poder obtener lo que realmente queremos.
Enfocarme mucho en tratar de que mujeres puedan emprender y puedan ser mucho más independientes.
Obtuve crecimiento profesional, personal, que me permitió mejorar mi calidad de vida y la de mi familia.
Me aportó a transmitir mi conocimiento a madres cabezas de familia para que puedan seguir adelante.
Hoy en día, gracias a Dios, ya tenemos la posibilidad de tener un contrato con el hotel más grande de Quibdó, donde le hacemos mantenimiento a las zonas verdes que ya establecimos sobre ello.
Mi negocio ha crecido en un 50%.
Estoy sacando más productos que sé que son líneas donde va a ayudar a amas de casa, a los niños y que sobre todo son productos saludables.
Thanks. Wow, sound like a musician then. That was all a part of the plan. Thank you so much. I think one of the things I wanted to highlight as you were talking, as you spoke about the importance of teaching teachers, and at SOS International, one of the campaigns that we are involved in is a campaign called Teach the Future, which has a branch of it now called Teach the Parent, called Teach the Teacher, and like actually thinking about like actually what does it take to, what other factors and forms of education needs to happen in that wider arena. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm gonna allow so Q&A, some questions. Take questions from the floor. If there is no questions, I've got plenty of them. So there's a question right here. Should I pass my mic, or can you help?
Thank you so much. I have a question for the ILO colleague. You mentioned some of the interesting work you're doing in Zimbabwe. And FAO, I'm working for FAO in headquarters, and we're also doing some work with young people in Zimbabwe. So I was particularly curious on what you mentioned when you said some of the assessments you're doing on what skills will be needed. And so I'm wondering, what's that based on? Are you first working with government and they're setting priorities in terms of sectors and specific value chains that they want to reach certain levels, and then based on that you are then understanding what skills will be needed to reach those objectives? So I'm just curious on the kind of first step in terms of setting priorities or goals, and then how you go about the skills assessment based on that. And that also relates to one of the initial questions when we mentioned 24 million jobs can be created through green jobs. So I'm curious on where that number is coming from. Is it really about individual countries or regions, setting priorities of where they see their sectors going, and then those numbers are coming up from that? And yeah, just to understand a bit more the rationale. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think we'll take another question here.
Hello, Esteban Botella from Fundación SES. Perhaps it's a bit of a follow-up to the prior question, but as someone who's not an expert in green jobs and green skills, I would like to know to what extent the different, because I believe all of you have talked about the skill assessments, to what extent the skills that you identified as a need are particular to green jobs, or to what extent they're transferable from different sectors, or perhaps throughout.
Thank you. And I think we'll take one more question from the floor because we don't have time for any more rounds. Oh, this is a tough question. I'm going to go over here, sorry.
Thank you. I just have a question about what you mentioned for the exercise that is done about identification of skills gap for assessment of the competence. What happens, or what is the goal to identify those skills gaps, and what are the results from this identification? Is it create job creations for youth, or what is the goal for this exercise you do about the identification of skills gaps for assessment of the competence? What is the goal? Is it job creation? Is it empowering people, the youth? Or and another question, I saw that this is done through the green TVET to, yeah, it is a tool that is done through the Green TVET in the case of Zimbabwe. Do you have a program, a such program for the case of Rwanda? Yeah.
Just because the three questions are essentially skills audit questions directed at ILO, is there any of the questions that aren't directed at the skills audit? Just so we can get an array of questions. Anyone have a question that's not yet over here? Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Hershkowitz from USA in Washington. And I wanted to ask Valentina, you mentioned that there was challenges with confidence. The young women were displaying that they did not have confidence. And I'm wondering, how did you address that in your programming?
Great, thank you so much. Should we start with Taka, and then we'll any other panelists can answer the questions. Thank you so much.
So I think those questions are related. The first question was, how the skills, how is it conducted? Like, what is the starting point? And of course, everything we do should be aligned with the national development plans and strategy. So we look at, first of all, what is there a strategy for the growth, the national development strategy and so on. So we start from the desk research on these strategies, because everything we do should be aligned with the country's strategy in terms of growth and maybe environmental sustainability strategy and so on. So that is absolutely a starting point. And as a tripartite organization, government is not the only constituents for us. Actually, employers is also very important, and workers is also very important. So the identification of this goal or the vision for us, first of all, identification of strategic sector should be conducted through social dialogue. So it's not only by government, but also iterative social dialogue process, convening, actually civil society organization as well. We conduct a social dialogue process to identify strategic sector. But this is actually, we have a three-phase. This exercise is three-phase. A startup phase is very important. First of all, we need to make sure that this exercise has a strong buy-in from the country. We don't want to complicate the country's system. So we conduct this startup phase. We talk to different stakeholders, not only government, employees and workers, training institutions. We talk to everybody to make sure that this exercise is needed by the country. And we also map out what are the existing institutional mechanisms who can actually own this process. For example, in Namibia, the National Investment Promotion Board, they are very interested. They are willing to host this exercise, which is called Skills Foresight exercise. It's called STED, Skills for Economic Trade and Economic Diversification. This is our sectoral approach. STED. If you Google it, you will find it. But that's the starting point. And actually, there's a sectoral background study produced. We often engage with a consultant to produce this very extensive research report. This should be receiving comments from the stakeholder as well. So it's like I said, everything ILO does is engagement with the stakeholder. It's not only desk research. It should be receiving comments from stakeholders. It's a reiterative process. This should be the basis for the Skills Foresight workshop. This is the opportunity for consultant, us, to present these findings to the stakeholders, to validate these background studies. And this is essentially a 2 days workshop, where the first day is dedicated to skills supply analysis, and second day is dedicated to skills demand analysis, and then the third day, 1.5 day, is dedicated to coming up a plan of action with concrete recommendation. So, yeah, this is kind of essentially how it works. And 24 million jobs, this is essentially it's a global estimate exercise. It's like actually it's an input-output table modeling exercise using a multi-regional input-output table exercise. So it's an econometric exercise. So it's based on input-output table. It's a global estimate. I think 24 million is for, we have different policy scenario-based projection of employment by occupation. This is what we do. And yeah, so 24 million is coming out of this input-output table analysis. And it's not specifically country-specific. We also work with a country to making use of this socio-economic what is it called, social account metrics. I'm an economist, but I'm not specialized in this area. But essentially, it's a global estimate, and we can also conduct this exercise at the country level as well. What is the goal of this exercise? To identify skills gaps. Of course, we talk to a lot of employers, and the complaint is they can't find the skills, people with the right skill sets. Filling the gap is the purpose. And creation of jobs, of course, to create jobs, there needs to be business activities. So we need to help businesses to fill the talent that they need. So we start with what are the training programs offered in a country, what are the qualifications produced, what are the skill sets to be expected to be acquired. So, but the employers still complain. They cannot find talent. So the purpose of identifying skills gaps is essentially helping workers, but also businesses to thrive, to create demand, to create jobs. So in a way, my view, filling the skills gaps is the strategic entry point. This is really the least contentious entry point to engage with the stakeholders. Nobody opposes the importance of skills. So this is essentially my, React. And Rwanda, there is no initiative in Rwanda right now, but we have conducted the exercise in over 30 countries for 60 economic sectors. So why not in Rwanda as well? We have a project on digital skills, but why not in Rwanda as well? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to give an opportunity to anyone else that wanted to share before Valentina answers the question. Is there any, do you want to add anything to any? Valentina.
Okay, so thank you for that question. And just to mention, Kibondeni just doesn't equip the students with skills, but we give them an all-round training where every student is allocated a mentor, and you get to look for them to be able to help you make better choices in your college and studies and even outside school. So what happens is, in that case, when the student is not confident, you find that it's in most cases of what they have gone through in life, and the mentor is able to analyze the situation, and if it is very serious, we always have a counselor or rather therapist to be able to talk to. Yeah, and at least with that, you always see that there is great change from that particular person. And then also we have a program called the dual training. Dual training is where the student will get a chance to be in school and also be in the industry. So confidence in terms of even approaching somebody to introduce themselves is always, it's until you do it practically and then you gain confidence over time. Yeah, so I can really put so much emphasis on the dual training also.
Maybe if I can add about that, the confidence is also about the environment where they are. So it's very important that the community leaders are engaged whenever you start a project, that they know, and they have a really important role to guarantee that young women can start from the beginning, but also finalize the process. Sometimes they really want to start, but because there are different issues, domestic issues, that they cannot really facilitate and terminate the project or the program. So the involvement of parents, leaders in the community, and also young men, because they, for gender transformative approach that really will go to the root cause of inequality, men have a very important role. So it's key to have champions. You always have champions that they're willing to empower these girls and facilitate this process. And what Valentina also said, psychosocial support is also always there, because whenever you work with vulnerable population, gender-based violence is always there. There are stereotypes and things that you have to address. So yeah, I think that is important. And the green lives, the life skills or soft skills, that it's a quite strong tool that really empower and make the young people feel more confident on their own.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to close the panel's discussion here. And first of all, thank all of the panelists for everything that they shared. But also, please, if you do have any other questions or follow-ups, find them. They will be more than happy to speak to you. But with that, firstly, I'm going to introduce somebody that's going to come and summate the discussion for us, and hopefully a call to action to the panelists here that are and those of you in the room. So I'm going to introduce Violet. She's a co-founder and secretary general for the IKAZE UNACA Ltd, a Rwandan agricultural company leading the way in sustainable agricultural research. The renowned innovative award-winning youth-led company was born in Rwanda and has international podiums. Please put your hand together for Violet.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you, moderator. I was really interested by the discussions made here. For sure, youth, we really need skills. It's our preliminary needs that for us to just for being entrepreneur or even for decent job, as we saw there. You asked me to share a call to action, but before I share, let me just tell you about my journey, about our journey, and that responds to what's really ILO and Plan International are really doing. Agri-research, as moderator mentioned, agri-research started as a student club at University of Rwanda in the College of Agriculture, Animal Resources and Veterinary Medicine. After seeing that there is a problem that the final year students, they just left their thesis in the library and then went for job. We just started we get an idea to establish a student club, agricultural student club, just to maintain the idea, because they are really innovative, just for impact, to maintain the ideas and for further implementation, making them doable businesses. And from that, when we were going to start, we just approached one of doctors who are a lecturer at our college, and we discussed with him our idea. Can you guess how he told us? He told us that you're crazy. That is the crazy idea. A student from you don't have even a bachelor, you don't have even masters, and then you want to just start conducting research. How will they be validated? And that if someone gives you land, he can be or she can be punished just for giving you land to carry research because you are not qualified for that. But from that, we didn't get weak for that. We actually continue. Can you imagine that we started with 70,000 Rwandan francs? The company is basically from Rwanda. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. We started with 70,000 Rwandan francs, and now as a student club, can you guess what the money was for? It was just to create a website. And from that, we are now projecting for 500 million Rwandan francs for a company that has 6 years after starting from a student club, and from that we are now the champion of research awards from at national level and both international level. And from that we have developed digital technology, digital extension tools that are helping farmers to farm with climate action, farming in friendship with the environment. The app is called Smart Input. You can find it on the Play Store if you wish. We have so far established the eco-friendly post-harvest and land solutions that are helping farmers to just preserve their produces, extend their shelf life while minimizing the cost. Can you imagine that in the cold room that the farmers are using? For instance, it's an example of farmer cooperatives that we worked with. The farmer cooperative were spending 30,000 Rwandan francs per day. Can you imagine that with our technology they are spending only 10,000 per month? You can understand the difference there. And furthermore, we have established a research and innovation center just to keep the idea, to incubate the youth that have green ideas, innovative one, to train farmers to farm with the climate action, following the practices, the regenerative agricultural practices, and also making more in collaboration with academia, researchers, government, just for a strong public-private partnership. There is also a pillar of research and development. And from that, we didn't do that for ourselves only. It is ensemble that we had partners, and we also need more partners. All right, just towards a green future, we really need skills. As said by our panelists, they really emphasized much on skills. They say that, allow me to share with you call to actions. Now, can you imagine that if a student is after graduation, they have average period of 13.8 months just to get the job. For a decent job, 13.8 months after graduation, it's really a long period. Our panelists emphasized much on the skills development, where towards the green future, from the students, the teachers also, they need to understand the green economies. For the skills, it needs to start there, to start from the, as said by Valentina, it needs to start from the secondary school to the college. Yeah, we really need to emphasize on this, in the skills development, and also bridging the gap in the strong collaboration with the government, with the private sector, with the organization. Yeah, thank you a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Massive round of applause for Violet. A massive round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much to them. I know we've been standing between you and a coffee break, so please go enjoy your coffee break. Thank you so much for the session.
Can you allow me a housekeeping message? Table will be delivered in room Gazabo downstairs. So take a coffee. You're also welcome to grab your coffee and join the marketplace so you don't miss any opportunity to network and interact with your fellow colleagues and partners. And for all the youth in this room, please, a kind reminder, the Youth Roundtable, the interactive session will be held in Gazabo, downstairs LG. Thank you so much and enjoy your coffee break.
right, welcome back. Welcome back to the plenary. I hope you had a lovely time. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Clap twice. Thank you. There's somebody who's overheard me. I heard 4 claps. But again, welcome back. I hope you had lovely sessions, lovely conversations at the parallel breakout sessions. And also you had some good time at the marketplace and at the youth round table. I hope you had that. I would request that the delegates who are still out there to kindly join so that we kind of wrap this day one in style, because we have to wrap it up in style. So I'll run us through the next item on the agenda. We're just going to have a conversation around a recap of the day. How did it go? Some key takeaways from today. It's important because other people were in different sessions, and we would like to kind of sum it all up in one spirit. And to take us through this session, I would like to invite a dear friend all the way from Uganda, Mr. Migade Valentino, to take us through the session. A round of applause for Mr. Migade.
Is it biased to me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back from the session. So I am Migade Valentino, and I'm from Uganda. I'm the global focal point for decent jobs, for the Global Youth Caucus for Decent Jobs, I'm the global focal point for the Global Youth Caucus for Decent Works and Sustainable Economies, convened by the United Nations Mission Group for Children and the Youth. So I'm happy to be leading the session. I'll be the session lead today. And we don't have time, but I wanted to tell you something quick about, I won't call it a challenge, but I'll call it a compliment. When I entered this hotel, I was asked by someone, why am I putting on a dress? Now, this is not a dress. This is a culture wear. This is how a man in my culture puts on when they are going to attend a very respectable event like this one. So I'm a good advocate for my culture, because I believe in culture. African culture is authentic, and it has the power to uplift the youth and the grassroots communities. So that's why I'm putting on like this. So please, I would actually prefer somebody to tell me that I'm smart right now. All protocol observed, I once again take this opportunity to thank everyone who has participated in this conference. And for Rwanda has put up such a very nice environment for this conference to thrive. So without further ado, I'm going to do this session with 5 of the beautiful brains around here. So I would love to call you to come and join me here, please. I need you right now, please. So somebody was asking me about the global focal point. When I was starting, I was a bit stammering. Why? Global focal point for Global Youth Caucus for Decent Jobs and Sustainable Economies. It sounds a lot. But basically, the Global Youth Caucus on Decent Work and Sustainable Economies works on SDG 8, basically. And we work, it's the UN Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth, and it's an alliance of partners that works to create globally harmonized action on youth employment. So the goal of the initiative is to scale up action and impact for youth employment through innovative interventions. So let me jump straight to why we are here. So this session is basically focusing on the takeaways, on the reflections of the previous sessions we've had. We've had a lot of beautiful brains here. A lot of beautiful points have been brought about. But the question is, individually, what have you picked what are you taking home? When you move out and you go to the streets of Rwanda and you tell somebody about young, green, and digital, can they understand what you've picked from here? So that is basically what this session is all about. And we have our panelists here. I would like to introduce Ms. Mayowa Kolawale, the Vice President, Business Development and Marketing, ISEC. Ms. Menjiama, General Manager, Shanghai Shengma Culture Creative Company Limited. We have Ms. Vivian Shalin Decor, the Board Member, National Youth Council, Namibia, and Mr. Simon Marot, Advocacy Coordinator, Global Refugee Youth Network. And lastly, Mr. Sileshi Uma, Vice Chairperson, Prospects Youth Network Committee. So, day one has been structured with plenary sessions in the morning that set the scene on challenges and innovative solutions promoting youth employment in the green and digital economy. So the question is, what are it was looking at what are the challenges, what are the solutions, the interesting and innovative approaches, the examples of collaboration and partnerships that are in place to advance more and better jobs for youth in the green and digital economies. And the afternoon has been diving deep into aspects of the green and digital agenda for youth, including green skills, jobs, entrepreneurship. Making the digital work for vulnerable groups such as the youth and refugees and youth with disabilities, as well as some cross-cutting elements such as youth rights at work and empowering young women. Now, this session is designed to crystallize the key learnings from these earlier sessions, spark discussions, and empower us, we attendees, both young and old, especially the young, to translate the insights into actions. We've been talking a lot, and I love talking, but now we need to dress action onto our words. So, moving on, what we are going to do is, we don't have a lot of time, so we are going to have a few questions addressed to the panelists, then we shall open up the floor to the audience to spark some questions and interactions, then we end our session. So I'll start with Ms. Mayowa. Just a little bit. So Ms. Mayowa, what are the key insights and discussions from today that have made a lasting impression on you? So, and you could also tell us what are the innovations, strategies, approaches, and collaborative efforts that you believe will make a difference in promoting more and better jobs for young people in the green and digital economies. Thank you.
All right, so I'm the first to go. Thank you for that. So my name is Mayowa, like you mentioned, and I am from ISEC in Rwanda. In ISEC, we develop the leadership potential in young people through making sure they undergo practical experiences in challenging environments. So we facilitate cross-cultural understanding through international exchanges, and when we are not facilitating these exchanges, we are organizing projects in our local community to benefit the youth that reside there. Hey ISEC! What's up? Hey ISEC! What's up? How are you feeling? So that's a chance you have. Randomly, I will be saying here ISEC, and just to make sure that we are listening because it's been a long day. How many minutes do I have? I am about to go into a
Please,
rant.
you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I have 2 pages of notes. Today has been very insightful. So I'll start with the main challenges that I have noticed from our discussions since morning. We mentioned the skill gap, we mentioned limited access to technology, the educational system. The African Union says we should close down some departments who are not contributing to the job market. Okay. We also have social inclusion issues where we don't understand that youth are not homogeneous. We need to make sure that we create spaces for women, for people with disabilities, etc. Now coming to the innovative solutions and approaches, Ms. Ibrahim mentioned that we can create programs that are free, but are they accessible? how do we make sure that the projects that we are organizing in our different organizations can actually be accessible to those that really need it? For example, are your projects just delivered in English? Do you have a translator that can make sure that these projects are delivered to those who cannot speak the foreign languages? Something like that. Also encourage green entrepreneurship. If the youth themselves are job creators, then we can just employ ourselves and we don't have to rely on big corporates, making sure that they hear our voices before they can give us decent jobs, right? And then I would say that smart corporate organizations will not just stop at saying, oh, the youth are not employable, there's a skill gap, I can't hire them, blah, 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 blah. But what are you doing to make sure that they are employable? Can you organize projects? Give a percentage of your revenue to NGOs, foundations, to organize trainings for the young people. Pardon me, I am very cold, I'm shivering here. And coming to ISEC, what we can do is we can make sure that our international exchanges, we have more projects that are aligned to green and digital businesses. So usually we have a partner, for example, we have a partner here in Rwanda called Johnny House Foundation. They have a community where they are supplying food, electricity, and everything they need in a green way. So they have solar panels, and then our volunteers from international countries come into their foundation and also learn how to do those. So how can we make sure that we create more opportunities like that? One more thing I'll add is... What was the last question?
The last question? The last question is, what are the innovations, strategies, approaches, or collaborative efforts that you believe will make a difference in promoting more and better jobs? You have 1 minute.
Okay. So in the previous session, someone mentioned that for rural entrepreneurs, they have problems with access to funding. And I stated an example where philanthropies, especially here in Rwanda, are actively looking for businesses to invest in. The other day, I was scrolling through Instagram and I saw an application. Do you have a good idea? Submit an application and we will give you $10,000. I'm like, wow, okay, that's a good amount of money. But you go to the rural areas and you see that those people don't know how to apply for those opportunities. You are releasing an application in English or French, and they don't speak those languages, they speak Kenya and Rwanda. Can you make your project more accessible? If they don't know how to fill in that application, can you create an info session where you teach them how to create a business plan, how to do risk analysis, so that they can adequately apply for those funding opportunities and get them? That's one example.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually side with you. When you talk about like youth can also create decent jobs for themselves, that is actually what we are doing back home. I mean, before we come up to talk about helping us, how are we helping ourselves? We can look at what we do and how we can do best and how to collaborate with everybody. Then we see that we first help ourselves first before we actually look for other help. Moving on to you, Mr. Simon. What is your take on this?
Thank you so much. My name is Simon Marotolong. I work as an advocacy coordinator at the Global Refugee Youth Network. It's an initiative we started in 2021 for refugee youth that are based in any country where they're actually seeking asylum. So from 2021 up to now, we have supported over 73 projects in 16 countries. And these projects are either for those that are registered or those that are not registered. And why am I telling you that? Why am I emphasizing on those that are registered or even those that are not registered? It is because it was mentioned actually at the opening plenary today that yes, we are talking about digital jobs, green jobs, and jobs that are actually for young people. But are we also mindful of people that are actually traditionally marginalized? Those that are in the refugee settlements, those that are in the refugee camps, those that are even in the rural villages where there is no access to a smartphone, no access to a gadget, or even no access to internet or cell phones. And then also, some of these groups, where they're actually staying, because of their nature, because of their status, you will find that these young people, or these refugees, or asylum young people who are actually asylum seekers in the countries where they are residing, they are not even allowed to register some of the associations. So if you're going to be providing financial access, even if they are doing some amazing ideas in agriculture or in job creation for their fellow youth, you'll find that the associations are not registered. So when you're going to ask for maybe projects that are legally registered in a country, they will not be able to apply because they will not present to you their certificate of registration. They will not present to you even any document that actually they do have in those countries. What stood out to me today was really us acknowledging the need, because when we mention the numbers, when we say there are about 269 million people that are actually in need right now, and we say that if 3.5% is the likelihood that all of us here in the room here are going to be unemployed maybe in the next 2 or 3 months. So those things there put us on pressure. Regardless of where we're actually in, they put us on pressure and actually say that we need to actually act right now. The other thing that also stood out for me from the plenary is the statement which I really want to repeat, that we have been piloting for too long. It is time for us to actually scale. And I think for us, that should be something that we should all go out with from this room, that when you go outside there and your colleague is telling you, let's go and pilot this idea, tell them we have a lot of pilots outside there. Can we instead scale on those pilots instead of actually starting new pilot where we are right now? And then I also want to reply using the three terms that were actually introduced to us in the morning: coherency, integration, and scale. Coherency, let us not be working in silos again. And I'm very happy with the UN agencies that are now coming together to work together. UN agencies working also with the national government, working together with different ministries in the same country, because you will also find that even the different ministries in the same country that are serving the same population, they're also working in silos. Ministry of Labor is working on their own, Ministry of Youth are working on their own. Instead of coming together, these guys are also doing their own, launching their own projects, doing their own different thing. Can we actually work together and say, you know what, the people that we are addressing are the same people, they speak the same language, or they actually have the same needs. Can we work together as different ministries so that we actually speak the same language? The other thing that also came out today was, there was an issue of new strategies that are coming. For example, we have the yes strategy for Africa. We have also new companies actually bringing new strategies. The question is, do we really need strategies right now for young people to actually get decent job? Or do we need to actually make sure that we implement those existing strategies and policies? I want to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Now, adding to the questions, the last questions that Simon has asked, I have a question. The question is, when we tell the youth, the young people out there, about young, green, and digital, and decent jobs for youth, do they understand what you're saying? Do they really get what you're saying? Do they mind? So what am I saying? We should get a way of simplifying whatever we are trying to talk about in these good rooms, these spaces, to the language that the youth at the grassroots communities understand. Thank you. Now moving on to you, Ms. Menja.
Yeah, a little bit difficult for you, right?
Sorry.
Actually, for the impression, the first thing I want to stress is this is my first time to come to Africa, and also the first time for me to attend this kind of international conference. And actually, I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you for your applause and make it much better. And the second thing is, I never thought that Chinese culture is so popular, because we just have a marketplace there, and a lot of people came to our place to write their Chinese name and try the calligraph test. So this gives me a hint, like next time if I also have this kind of a chance, I will bring more things about Chinese culture to let you know. Thank you for support, and welcome to Shanghai, and let us know. And okay, let's move on, turn on to our topic about digital economy. Maybe I will address more on digital economy because I'm more familiar with this part. And a lot of speakers in this conference has mentioned about the integration of different sectors. Actually, I come from a business sector, not organization, but we're small business, but we have a lot of passion in youth development. So I think in the future, maybe we should have more connection with the organizations and with the government. And it's not just one sector that can make things happen, but if we can work together, and we can make a difference, right? And came to some innovation or strategies that I want to mention is, of course, in the AI intelligence, in the era of AI, a lot of works will be replaced. But this is the worst time, some people said. But for me, it's also the best time, because we have a lot of more opportunities. In China, we did a lot of things in youth development, and we work with the youth and to engage youth on some projects. And we found that now the working mindset in the young people has changed. They did not like before, the old generation, they work for money, for surviving. But now young people work for their personal value, social impact, right? So sometimes the work cannot just fulfill their goals, so they change some other ways. There is a concept I want to mention is a digital nomad. It's like you can work everywhere, and just some speaker also mentioned about this, and you can talk with any people around the world. This is the benefits from the digital economy, right? So I think as the next generation, most of the next generations are internet natives. So I believe this will be a trend for the future young people. So time-wise. Okay, I have a quick, just 1 minute. And the second thing I want to address is the super individual. I believe that in the AI era, a lot of people think that if you want to start a business, you need a team and you need a lot of things. But now we have AI. You don't need so many things to prepare it, but you can just have one person and your mindset and your idea, and then you have AI tools, AI employees to help you. So, and also maybe just small studios that you can start a business and to start your enterprise to do something. And because you can connect with all the people all around the world. And I just mentioned these two things that I'm thinking about. The time is up, right?
Yeah. I'm hard on time.
So I have other things to say, but it's
30
okay.
seconds.
Later.
Okay. I'll actually give you 30 seconds, but thanks you for bringing it back to me. So I thank you for emphasizing partnerships. We need to think differently. We need to think outside the box, but we need to work together. We need to emphasize partnerships. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to you, Mr. Sileshi. Sorry if at all I sound your name badly. So what are your key insights and discussions from today's previous sessions?
Yeah, well, thank you. After this massive yet important day and learning from those brilliant speakers, I came up with few takeaways which might be helpful for you, and I'm going to share it to you in a very comprehensive way. Of course, assuming everyone in this plenary, if you are given a chance to hold this mic, you have a lot of takeaways. But I would like to put my takeaways in 3 baskets. And the first one is most of the panelists were strongly stressing on the importance of meaningful engagement, especially Mr. Lee and the ambassador from the Netherlands. They were aggressively drilling the importance of and the imperative of engaging youth in meaningful ways, especially to achieve or to attain the SDG goal 8. It's important. As you know, we have 6 years to go for 2030 action, and there is no goal to achieve without a meaningful engagement of the youth. What do we mean by engaging youth in a meaningful way? It's not only just hosting a beautiful youth-focused or entertaining event. We should not stop there, of course. But it's more of creating this partnership, creating platforms from the global level to the national grassroots level. It's actually not only considering the young people as a target or beneficiaries, but also creating this strong partnership as a part of or as a process of the development or sustainability or the transformation of any nation. I think for me it's a profound essence for considering youth meaningful engagement. One best practice I can mention here is the Youth Network Committee in Ethiopia, which I'm co-chairing with the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs. And it's strategically and uniquely in place. It's a formal advisory committee set up by the ILO Ethiopia in the Prospects program. This partnership is beyond nominality. because we have been actively engaging from the design and planning phase to the implementation and even to the M&E phases. So you can imagine, like ILO have been operated over 100 years in Ethiopia, and this senior organization is actually come down the ground to actually open up doors for young people like us. So the second basket is drive from the. Am I given 1 minute more?
You're given 45 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Well, the second basket is derived from what the resident coordinator have been saying. It's all about integration. But the question is where integration? Where integration? We must ask where. Integration between the global developmental framework to the country sectoral plan, to the country policies and directives. That's where the integration should be. And this is the issue of investment is as well as one of the biggest issue. And we have to start investing on youth-led organization. And I can mention a best practice from Ethiopia. I myself have been leading this youth-led organization called SafeLight, and we have been one of the beneficiaries from the ILO Ethiopia Youth to Youth Fund. So we have to start investing on youth-led organization. I think this key recommendation could be an element for the upcoming Summit of the Future in September, and we have to guide them in order to achieve the SDG 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was actually bringing my gift to you for keeping time. Ms. Vivian, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Vivian Duku, board member from the National Youth Council of Namibia. Firstly, I would like to thank ILO for this opportunity that you've actually granted us, because this is very amazing, and Namibia is one of the partners of ILO. What I take away from today's insights and discussions, Mr. Moderator, mine is going to be very short because I see our moderator is very keen on time. So I will just mostly put it in one basket. So it's mentorship, the inclusive approaches, investing in the greater solution for now, because the world is changing and our demands are changing. So if we as young people are not part of the discussions, then decisions are being made about us without our inputs, without our considerations. So investing in the greater solution, meaningful youth participation. We are not just coming to conferences for the sake of coming, but we actually participate in what is being said. We actually let our voices be heard. Access to the right skills and youth empowerment. I think that one is actually very important, because most of the time, our skills are being mismatched. We are in situations where our skills are not actually needed, whilst there is a gap in the areas where our skills are needed. So for them, or for our leaders and ourselves, we need to be able to identify the right skills and then get into the market where our skills are actually needed. Policies that are speaking to each other rather than duplication. I've seen it many a times that what one ministry does, the other one also does. Except for saying that if you're going to do A, let's do B, so that we can transit and then we can also grow from one point to the next. But then it would not have any meaning if different ministries or different organizations are then just doing the same things, duplicating each other without actually rightfully impacting what the young people have to offer. The innovation strategies and approaches, mine would be firstly for resource mobilization. We can have brilliant ideas on paper. We can have brilliant mindsets, but then if there are no resources to support it, then that's all it is. It's a thought. It's something, it's a good idea that's on paper. So we need to have the resources. And for us to do that is through mobilization. We need to get in contact with networking, with our peers, our counterparts, and international stakeholders. Skills and employment, dialogues and action, monitoring and evaluation. And that is one of the important things that I actually think we should take back, because it doesn't help you are given an opportunity, but then there's no monitoring and evaluation being done. Because you yourself, you need to grow. By growing, there needs to be constant monitoring. We should also learn to self-monitor, to know that this is where I started, this is where I failed, but then I tried and I got up and I continued. Networking, youth engagement, trainings, roundtable discussions, active participation in politics. Like I said before, our leaders are making decisions without us. For us to get involved in the discussions, we need to be actively involved in what's going on within our countries. We need to say that this is what the youth want, because it doesn't help actually us that one thing is being done, implemented without our input, and then we come back later to say, but this is not working for us. So we actively need to get involved. Namibia is one of the fortunate countries to have a National Youth Council, because we are connected as much to the ground roots. We've got 121 constituencies, 14 regions. So within the 121 constituencies, there are 121 constituency youth forums. We have 14 regional youth forums. What this does is it takes away the gap, because we are responsible to advise our ministries on what young people want. So, and for us to do that, we need to know what's going on the ground level. And the only way we can do it is by having inputs from young people on the ground level, for us to say that these is the problems that the young people are having, these are the challenges that they're having, and this is the way we can fix them. Because it doesn't only help for us just to go give our problems, our challenges, without actually giving recommendations to the solutions that there are. My Mr. Moderator is looking at me. Let me just end it there before he walks over to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't want you to make me look like I've denied other people plenty of time. But no, thank you for your contribution. I'm sorry if I told I'm really hard on time. I'm an ex-seminarian, so they always taught us how to keep time back in school. Sorry. So now, moving on, we are opening this session to the audience. If at all you have any questions for our panelists, please bring them up. We shall take, due to the interest of time, we shall take about 2 or 3. But if at all you also have, you may not be having questions, you may be having anything to add up to the takeaways, please. We can use this next 10 minutes to see how to go about it. So I'll take 1, 2, where are the columns? People. 3? Yeah, anyway, yeah, one of them. Don't try also get in. It's okay. Please.
Ok, je vais poser ma question en français, s'il vous plaît. Et la question était hier, Madame de Cannes. Je ne sais pas si elle comprend le français. En fait, vous avez soulevé quelque chose de réalité tout à l'heure. Oui.
Does anyone understand French? Translate? The translator? You can translate? We have a translator. No, we have a translator actually. She's going to translate.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's okay?
Yeah. Can you please restart?
Yeah. So the question is for Madame, c'est pour Madame de Cohen. Vous avez tout à l'heure soulevé une réalité, c'est la démultiplication des actions des ministères. Je voudrais seulement vous demander si vous avez une expérience, comment vous avez fait. Mais c'est une réalité, je pense que ça existe dans toute l'Afrique, ce que de leadership entre les ministères, etc., qui nous empêche vraiment d'avoir quelque chose d'aligné, de synergie. Voilà. Est-ce que vous avez une expérience là-dessus? Comment vous avez fait, surtout avec votre conseil des jeunes qui, je trouve, très répandu dans votre pays? Merci.
The question is, you mentioned earlier that there is a problem between ministries and governments that they do duplication rather than integration and doing something different. The question is for you. Do you have any kind of solutions that we can do just to make sure that there is more integration rather than this duplication? And based also on your experience with the Youth Council, what do you recommend?
Who is going to take that?
Thank you very much for that question. Like I said, to prevent duplication of programs or events or what you may have, is for us to actually sit down and find out from our different ministries what programs is it that they are having, how they're going about it. In my case, in our cases, Namibia, we actually have the opportunity to sit down with our different ministers to find out what programs is it that they have. And where one doesn't speak to each other, we are actually fortunate enough to advise them to say that, but Minister, this is not working and we should move this way. So I think that for best to prevent duplication of different programs from different entities is to go sit down with them, have a discussion. That's why I'm going to emphasize again about the importance of round-the-table discussions. If we as young people, we do not speak up and say that, but this is what we're not happy with, this will still continue because they will feel that we are happy with what the situation currently is and that there is no need for change. So for us to get change, we need to get involved in their discussions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. You want to take just please a minute?
Okay, so earlier on I said that it's not good for us to actually have a lot of strategies. But I think one way of actually avoiding different ministers from maybe ministerial organization from actually doing different things or duplicating things is to have a coherent strategy where if the Ministry of Youth is implementing maybe job training or skilling of young people, another ministry will now come and pick up from there and say, can we link this youth to maybe the jobs that are actually there? Or maybe, let's say, the Ministry of Agriculture can now say, you know what, we have these jobs that are in the agricultural sector, in this area, can you train this number of youth in this kind of skill so that they can actually be here. So that we don't just, like what the Kenyan government is trying to do, that they are going to close university. We don't just close universities. We actually say, can we tailor our university curriculum to suit these needs of our communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
yes,
you.
Please.
My name is James Kellon. I'm from here, with Rwanda, the hosting country. Actually, I have one question. Maybe the rest will be the compliment about what you say. Maybe I can give the little example of the solution we saw, because as the first speaker was the panelist, among the panelists was saying about the challenges and the gap some most of the youth are facing, so to be complying so that they can be able to access the opportunity that already are planned for them. It's a big gap. We have seen that. To see that we make sure that it's inclusivity and we make sure that we consider the use from the grassroots level to the, some of the uses in the urban and also some of the uses from the rural, totally it seems like they have the common understanding of the problem, challenges they have, but sometimes you can't find that they have the totally challenges, different challenges. So, as the last speaker was introducing about how they collect the input from the different platform and also they present to the decision makers and also policy makers. But I want to see some inclusivity about that. Like for us in Rwanda, here we have what we call Rural Youth Alliance. Rural Youth Alliance also, even though we brand it like a rural, but also the urban youth are involved, where we gather civil societies, youth organization, as cooperatives, and also professional individuals, but have to be a youth or work with the youth. And we make sure that we create a good basket for the voices from all over the corners and aspects. And we make sure that we negotiate, because the challenge most of the time we find that we have been doing advocacy, but also the policymakers and also decision makers, they always criticizing us because we've been missing we had some gaps because of the not inclusivity about all the aspect of the youth. But after seeing that alliance is going to work, because we have the basket for all the voices from the rural, also even including the urban uses, we have seen that it's good table of negotiating to the different stakeholders, but also different youth promoters. And we make sure that we are working and also we are telling from the evidence from the ground. And we have seen that it's good to see that no one is left behind, and it's among of the solution we are seeing that every youth opportunity providers, every decision makers and policy makers can find themselves that they have to seek the solution. Because when we are looking for the input of the youth from the grassroots, we make sure that there is inclusivity, but also we make sure that they recommend about the solution. And it's a good way of saying now, let's have the table, and we make sure that the voices on the table, and everyone have to be that understanding that we are providing is needed. So I want to hear the experience from the rest of the country to see if they have such a kind of the approaches that
actually I will need to meet you in person and tell me about the Rural Youth Alliance. Thank you very much. I see we don't have time, but was it a question or was it just okay? So just please take. Do you want to? No. Thank you. We don't have time, but one thing I would say is here we are limited, but we have our social media platforms. If at all we can take the voice from here to our social media to find a way of putting your takeaways out there so that everybody could see it. We may not be having the right time to give everybody a mic, but I believe there are other means of reaching out the message of what you've got from this conference to the people out there. Yeah, the MC is also against me. Have you seen? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the contributions. Thank you very much, our lovely panelists. Now, I'll make one. I'll tell you the truth. This is my first ever moderation. Yeah. And one thing I was scared of was time. But please, have we kept time? All right. In case we've not done it the right way, next time better. But thank you very much. I'm Igade Valentino from Uganda. And thank you for this opportunity. I hand it over to you, please.
Another big round of applause for Valentino taking his debut with the mic here at this global conference. It's a conference of possibilities, a million possibilities. And now I know I'm seeing faces, Mary, now, not you again. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, we are coming to the end of this day one. It has been fantastic. You have been a very fantastic audience. I know I've been a pain with the time and the mic and the noise and the apps and seats and activities, but we are here now, and from the key takeaways, there's a lot that has been discussed and there's a lot to be discussed. Now, I have good news and good news. Which one do you want first? Good news? Yeah, it's been a tiring day, and we are coming to the close of the serious part, but they say the close, it's just like the geography, the border region where one country ends is where another country begins. Not so. We are going to open another wonderful session, and this is my promise: no slides, no panel discussions, just music and good engagement, some good food. So we are going to have an evening reception. And that evening reception, yeah, it's music time. I'm sure our youth champion is going to lead that session very well. And we have a special guest. The High Commissioner for Canada in Rwanda is going to be our special guest at the evening dinner. What we are requesting is, I know we would like to dress up in some nice dresses and stuff like that, but would request is, after this session, we go straight to the rooftop. We know the logistics of getting to the rooftop will take us a little bit like 5 minutes to get there. But our special guest will be waiting for us. The music, the food will be waiting for us. And then after that dinner, tomorrow we meet again here at 9 a.m. to start our day 2. Is that something sounds like a cool idea? Is everybody excited for the next session like I am? Thank you very much for being a lovely crowd for the first day. I'm looking forward to having you tomorrow. Asante sana, merci, Shisha. Oh, people want a group picture. Can we do that in 2 minutes? Because in 5 minutes we have to be upstairs. Music is waiting and it waits for nobody. Thank you guys. Have a lovely evening.